Hello, I'm John Stephens and I'm the lead developer of Tyrantagonist Games, which is totally a real company. I'm making a game, or at least I'm trying to anyway. It's going to be called Pluck Hearts, and you can see it from now on the screen. This is a developer diary. It's the fourth entry, and the idea is that every time I upload, I'm going to explain what I've been working on, what I've been struggling with, and the potential solutions I have in mind. I just thought it'd be nice. People might be interested in that sort of thing. This is actually the fourth video, though, because the first three videos were recaps of the previous versions of the games. So I'm working on version 0.4, and there have been three major versions before that. But just in case you didn't watch those videos, what I thought I'd do first is actually explain what the game actually is. It's a puzzle platformer. You can see me platforming right here on these platforms. The puzzle is that there's a bunch of objects in the world, which I can look at right here, and they have properties which I call hearts. So this one here has a clay heart in it, which means that I can stand on this platform. That over there does not, so if I try and stand on it, I fall straight through. So with this ball, I have the ability to take it, or pluck it, and put it, push it, drive it into a different object, like so, giving it the property and letting me access an area I was unable to before. There you go, that's an example of a very simple puzzle. So, I hope that makes sense. Now, you have to imagine that these objects, there could be a whole bunch of different objects, right? This could move in all sorts of different ways. It could be a plant, it could be a car, I don't know. And there could be different hearts. So, for example, maybe instead of making this solid, it makes it bouncy. Jump on top of it, bounces you up. Which means subtly different puzzles can be made, right? So that's the concept. Now, this is where normally I would move on to showing off some of the features that I was struggling on. But I've actually done a lot of work already, so I thought I'd show off, maybe. So, for version 0.4, there were two things I really wanted to work on. One is, I just wanted more stuff, right? I wanted to make more clouds and objects and stuff, and I wanted there to be more hearts. I'll tell you what, I can actually just show you some levels. So, see this heart here? Let me just get to a heart. Now, these levels don't necessarily work because they're from the old version of the game, and what happens is you program a bunch of new stuff, then you check out the old levels, and they don't work anymore. So, here's an example of a different shaped heart, and it can move left and right, you see, so now it gives me access to this area over here, like so. And this was in the old version of the game. And there used to be a push block, but it didn't work, and I didn't like it. So if I load... First off, I load bounce. And I run down. This is an example of... Oh, you see, that's broken, you see. The reason why it's making that noise, by the way, is because I'm actually carrying... You can see it, actually. I'm carrying two of these things at the same time, and the level needs to be fixed. You can, if you look carefully, sometimes it... let's get my cursor out. This, you can't see it because it's full screen. Basically, I'm carrying two of this object at the same time, and it's scanning 1,000,000 times a second. But yeah, this cloud is pink. Still doesn't have a heart in it, so if I make it solid by just taking this, it's now bouncy, like I explained before. So that's a different type of heart. If we take this heart here, so this is bouncy and solid, which means this non-pink cloud can be turned pink, like so. Those are different examples of clouds and some examples of hearts. So there's another candy heart, as I call it. You can also see... Oh no, this briefly didn't work. So yes, let's go back to that level there. So yes, so that was one thing I wanted to work on. I wanted more stuff. I want to make more levels. I've actually designed a bunch of levels. They just don't have any coding yet. And that's sort of a gift for me. because I can make a more interesting game. It's fun. It's fun to make new toys. But the second and arguably more important thing is I wanted to improve on the tutorialization. Now, in this particular version here, it has these large pictures that I shoved on the screen that explained concepts. And the idea I had in mind when I made this was, like, it's just, you're forced to read it. Like, you couldn't possibly leave this screen without knowing. And what I found out is there's a lot of made up words in there, like null space and, well, I know, null heart, clay heart, burden, intent. Like, it's kind of dense, and a lot of people just immediately close it without actually reading what it says. And then they walk away confused. So here's another example. If I walk up here, there we go. Like, it's just a lot. It's a lot. But that's not the only way a game tutorializes. If you think about how a game is structured and how a game is presented, that's also tutorialization. So you may have noticed there's a HUD. They weren't in the previous versions of the game. So if I were to scan this, so now you can see it's a cloud block. I think I called it a different name. Cloud block was a sort of simpler version. I was trying to not overcomplicate things, so cloud block made sense to me. So now everything's got a name. You can sort of see in the top right hand corner. It's also got a symbol, that smiley face, and that just means it's a type of object that can have a heart in. Like, hopefully people don't need to be told that, because it's just sort of a passive information. The other thing, as you can see, it says empty heart, and that says clay heart. If I remove it, it now says I'm holding a clay heart up there, and it says that that's null, because it's empty. So this information was already on the screen passively in the form of that heart that's there and the scanner that's on the screen, but it wasn't obvious. So I've doubled down. Now everyone can see the information better, hopefully. It also tells you that you're grounded. Just because so many people got annoyed with, like, not understanding why they're on the ground. Now, when you draw the heart, it will tell you. There's a symbol. It says grounded. There's a thing on the ground, and also you do have a tiny jump, which I'm not super keen on, because you can still do jumps, and it just means I have to design around that. But, like, people like having a little jump rather than having no jump, so I gave them a little jump. If you scan this, you see that's got a different symbol. So the monoliths aren't explained on a big screen. There's just a symbol, and hopefully people get that the naming convention is different. But yes. But that's not all I've done for structure. If I load up, what do I have to load now? Let me have a think. Okay. If I go back, these menus haven't been finished. The menus are more for me than for the player. Let's do game restart. Actually, I am going to close down this game. So this is what the level looks like when it's in the program in the Game Maker Studio. So these are the solid edges that you're not supposed to see as a player. So I'm actually going to turn them off so the level looks nicer. This is collision V and collision H. If I start the level now, I'll show you what the new tutorial looks like. There's a new tutorial level, which is something which was in version 2 that I took out in favour of just having a simple level. But the reason now I can go back to having a tutorial level is that I'm having a hub world. That is to say that all the levels are going to be findable on a screen. Let's skip this. Oh yes, we have a new title as well, Pluck Hearts. That logo isn't finished, but it's the concept. Let's press new game. So this is the new tutorial. The very patronising arrow pointing to Henry. I might hide that one arrow, but the arrows are supposed to be a consistent theme. I should move myself to the other side. Nope, not that. How do I select me? There we go. I'll put me there. Right. So now it stays on the screen, and you're able to move around. So you can read all the information while testing out, oh yeah, the A button does jump and the left button does move them around. And I can keep it on the screen. It either dismisses if I press X, or it will go away by itself once I get to a certain place. So here's a second example. There's the heart scanner. Now the arrow's pointing at a thing that makes a bit more sense. But you do have to pick it up for the context makes sense. And suddenly the HUD comes up. Ignore that HUD. It's a thing. It just isn't ready yet. But you can sort of see, if I move away, the tutorial doesn't turn off if I walk this way, because I didn't consider people would. It tells you to use the right analog stick to scan. You can, and aim it at an inhabitant to see what kind of heart it holds. That is kind of flavoury, but it's not a lot of stuff. It's just telling you to point it at things. But there is currently a lot of stuff on the screen that I'm a bit worried about. If I dismiss that using this button. So, if you're eagle-eyed, and if you watch the other videos, you may have noticed that this thing looks different than it used to. It's the save point. If you walk into it, it'll do that. There's now a little animation. The reason I changed the design is because I wanted it to have a heart, because I wanted people to instinctively point this at things with hearts. So you'll notice that it's got a name, it's got that symbol for the monolith, and it's active, and if I pressed it before, it wouldn't have been active. You may also notice that this thing is white. It used to be red, because red is the colour of blood, but white is the colour of neutral. So if you look at this, you'll notice that it's a sort of bluish colour, and that means that nothing can be plucked from it. It's just scanning, it's not a pluckable thing, right? That's what that grey means. We select the first level again. Turn off this tutorial. So you'll notice that's a sort of flashing red. So one of the things I did is I've now made it so the reticle floats in and out a little bit and it flashes. I just wanted people to be like, look here, you're looking at this thing. Just more movement, just to make the game a little bit more exciting to look at and a bit more easier to read. So this is a duller red because you're currently empty. It's empty, you can't grab it. This is a vibrant red because you can grab it. And you can still grab it, see? Because now that's empty and you're full, it's still accessible. And that one still is also accessible. Okay, I need to show you a different example, don't I? Sunroof will do. So, if I grab this, can't put it, you can put it in these empties, and you see the vibrant red, but you can't put it in this dull red one, because there's something already in there. I'm trying to just passively tell people that's not a thing, and what I'll need to do is I'll need to go, no, I need to have a button that just sort of says, you tried, and that's a no for me. Sound design is difficult, so is drawing. I had to learn how to draw all this stuff. And I still have to figure out exactly what sounds I want. So, like this noise here gets old, and I need to come up with more variations, and I need to have it to be slightly less intrusive. But so, if I want a no noise, it has to be the least intrusive no noise. Like a no, I don't think you can. No. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, my tutorials. So so that's one of the things I've done. The other is there's a HUD. So if we very quickly finish this level, you can see the feature that I've taken the most time to make. Now I could have just told the game to load up into the correct level. It's not currently on the list of levels I can load. Because the level I'm going to take you to isn't a level that you're supposed to see. It's my sort of test area. My learned. So this is where I put all the junk that I'm testing. There you go, look. Very exciting. Yeah, this looks like an awful mess, but it's where I'm testing all the objects. All very exciting. Look at that there. So if I stand on this, well, I should have set up a place. Put that back. So ignore all that. These are levels. So you can scan them, and this is why this is a very exciting thing as well. The idea is, you can, what they say the name. See that's level 1. That's level 2. So if we go back into level 1 again, it doesn't work for some reason. Oh, that's interesting. Wonder why that is. Maybe it's because it's already complete. You can see that's what a gum heart looks like. You see, I still can't jump through it, but it's pink. Let's try level 2. Want something I can very quickly solve. Oh, well, currently that feature doesn't work. That's a shame. I'll have to investigate why it does that. Which is something I could do on this recording, but it's fine. We don't need to. So, yes, that is the more tutorialization. But okay, let's talk about what I'm actually working on, which is going to require me to grab this. Oh, that's interesting. So when you complete levels, it closes the door. Now this is going to be subtly adjusted, but you can now no longer access that door. You see it's gone grey. Whereas this one, the scanner goes crazy because I wanted it to go, oh look, it's a level, that's exciting. That's not quite finished. I haven't figured out the design for this yet. So, hopefully, you should be able to see, very exciting, a lift. It goes up and down. And hopefully, yeah. So what used to happen is once you got to the top, it would go down and you'd fall for a split second. I didn't like that. You should have been glued. But yes, I can jump. I can fall through. Here's an exciting diagonal one. It feels like so little, but like this here, this diagonal one, this like took a week. That took several days to figure out, and also it broke because of like, what I did. And I can take it out, and it will just go on forever. There you go, and bounce off the wall, and I can put it back if I want. I'm gonna have to restart this level though. In fact, I'm gonna quit the game and find the level. It's called Tutorial Test. No, it's not. It's Bifrost because they used. I was going to build a level there, so you may be able to see the snail here. Let's move this guy. Not the snail. You can. I'll show you snail in a second. Here's the 2 most exciting things. The 3 most exciting things I've done, I think. Move this up so it actually loads it first, and hopefully this works. You might be able to see it there. It's a crab. It's supposed to be a hermit crab. I'm not amazing at drawing. I've been forced to learn a bit because I bought assets, and I found all the free ones that are available. You get humble bumbles that have them in, and in the end, you're just like, it's not what I want. I just have to draw what I want. Damn it! Let's move the cursor off the screen. Let's press new game. So, hopefully, there we go. You can now ride this crab down. So, now I can't scan that crab. And it goes through there. We can restart the level. So, yes. So you can see it's not finished. But I can put it back. So, yes, I can change what the player can fall through and what the crab can. But yes, that took a lot of effort. So, obviously, the bit where it goes left and right, that makes sense, right? The issue is we don't need to ride it. Actually, yeah, we do. The issue is it's going a weird diagonal. So we have to restart and like so. So I needed him to just to stay on, right? He does do a little bit of a shake. One of the things, if you watch the shell is delayed just by a step. If you look at the legs, because I drew the legs separately, there's a little gap. And that is how I solved a weird issue. Which is when, for the split second, as soon as he starts falling, my player doesn't know that he's going to fall until the frame afterwards. And then then he's not connected. He's not glued to it. And so what I had to do is I had to say, you fall, grab, but the shell falls the one step afterwards when the player knows. And I thought, well, it kind of looks okay because it kind of looks like it's lagging behind like it should. And I was reasonably happy with that idea. This here. Oh. It's an invisible floor for one. Can I? Yes! Let's... We'll play in a place. Hang on, you can go down there. Put you there. This is the new shell with the new shell design. I think it was a cloud before. It's a heavy cloud, a fat cloud. But the idea for this one is in the same way that clouds, the clouds that go left and right and the clouds that go up and down are the same cloud but with different behaviors. The shell is going to have different variations to it. So, instead of you being able to hold it and pull back and forth, you now have a shove button. And that means, you can see I'm frozen. It means that I cannot accidentally stand in the way. I'm curious to see what happens if there's a creature there. Hopefully it should stop you from pushing it. But if I push it off a ledge, it will fall. It will do that sort of... I don't have to worry about it tipping because it pushes at an exact height. It should fall through, right? Yes, it does, yeah. And that one, relatively easy. Obviously, there's now an issue where that you can jam it in walls. But that could be a feature. The other thing is I can make walls... I can make it so that can't go through a wall, but you can. Using this glamour, as I call it. This is what this tests out, by the way. All these objects have different bump properties, and I just needed to test them all out. Right, this snail. Is it this? I think it's this. Is that called? That's called OBJ wall. Apparently. I'm going to glue this back down. Like so. We're also going to make it that the player can do that as well. So yeah, you're not supposed to be able to see this wall. This is where the real actual physical wall exists. And what you see, the cloud, which isn't on this level. Oh, yeah, there's a bit of cloud there. Is what you see. Because I might not be in a cloud world. I might be in a dirt world. I might be in an acorn world. I might be in a pillowcase world. Like you could be anywhere, but the rules of the game are laden underneath. I don't know why I use the word laden. Let's make vertical as well. Yeah, I think it's fine, but it needs to be there as well. Okay, hopefully that works. This is a snail. Let's move you down to where the snail is. Is the snail finished? I hope the snail is finished. Well, there are still issues with them because of the silly wall set I've got. I need to grab those two things with me. He should just generate them. So I haven't even explained what the issue yet, which is the whole point of the developer diary. But I thought I'd use this example to explain some of the things I've made as well. Indulge me. But you can see all the effort has been making these new platforms so I can make new puzzles with these new creatures. And you've actually already seen what the issue is. But yeah, after I show off the snail, I'll explain it again. This is the snail. The snail will sliver around walls. I've just noticed that gap I didn't want there, and you can stand on it, hopefully. And there you go. And it broke. Why did it break? probably because that's there. We'll unglue that and we'll put that there because it doesn't look right. So I can make the snail go clockwise and anti-clockwise, the same with this guy. Be pretty terrible code if that didn't work like that. And the snail is something I planned so long ago. And I just needed to sort of a lot more confidence to actually program the snail. It's a version of the snail existed way before version 2. You couldn't stand on it. You could stand on it while it was on the ground, but not while it was doing the other things. I had to sort of think of how visually does it work, how realistic is this world. I had to argue with myself, not that realistic, don't worry about the physics of the snail. So you'll notice the shell stays the same way up because you're supposed to ride the snail. So I'm going to let the snail pass through me, which it should be able to do. And now the snail will keep turning around like so. And once it reaches an end, you will walk around. The thing that sort of stopped the code is I originally wanted it to be able to curve around the outside, and I was like, no, it's more interesting to have the game not work in certain ways. So, back over there. And so what happens if I ride it? Several things, actually, because I put a lot of effort into this. So I shall ride the snail. Hopefully it'll go up this time. But it won't crush me. It shouldn't bop me off like that. But you see, because there wasn't room, it turned around. But yes, that's an error. If I let him off, obviously I can't stand. Like I had to figure out what does he do in those roof situations. It's like, well, technically, there could be a roof that the snail could stand on that you couldn't. So I needed that. So it still works like that. And yes, I can. So he works as a lift. And I'm very proud of the snail. The animation is a bit silly, but and for some reason you can't scan it. I don't know why. But to be honest, that's should be a reasonably easy thing to fix. It shouldn't be dropping you off, and I'm not entirely sure how to fix that. So that is a thing I need to work on. It's just not my priority right now. I literally got to this point in the snail, and then went, you know what, I've done a lot of work. Let's finally get around to doing the tutorial. That wind machine there, obviously, has nothing to do with any of this, but it is something I made. But yeah, very happy with that. Not quite done yet. But, okay, so what is the issue? Why have I actually started a developer diary? Well, if we select tic-tac-toe, see that? I've broken the ledges. So all of the new elevators and stuff meant I had to rewrite the entire code of how the game scans the ledges. So there's a bit of code that basically says, are you approaching an object that you can stand on? Define that object and tell me the properties of why that code works. So if we look at that level, if we look at tic-tac-toe, which is in the level list, in the rooms, so I do name them tic-tac-toe. So if we look here, this is actually what they look like. They are OBJ shelf. We look at the object for OBJ shelf. It is actually a nimbus. So the cloud that goes left and right. I figured out like why do I need to make a shelf? That's what I call them, because you can stand on a shelf and you can step in front of it. When I can just repurpose a moving creature and make it stand still, and it would work the same. So it's actually backwards of how it was originally derived, but it stopped working. So you can see here, if it's white, it means I've created new rules. So it's got the parent, because it just means, like if we click on this parent, you can edit the parent, and you can see it's got a bunch of children. Like it's actually a mount. And the game scans for mounts or ledges. So it's all contained within here. So you don't write a code for each single one. You just tell the game to look for ledges, and then if I need to subdivide that, it can afterwards, because otherwise you'd just be repeating code. Sort of, what are we looking at? So this would be interesting to have these up at the same time. Let's close that. So this gets into the nitty gritty now, and probably won't be doing too many actual programming on the screen, because I'm not an amazing programmer. I'm still learning. We do want this up. What was I looking at? I was looking at the ledge. Where's it gone? It'd be way down there. You know what? It's on the wrong screen, isn't it? So if I look at edge, where are you? Shelf. Right. So if we look at a shelf first, we can compare the codes. It can be useful. Out of the way. So, like we can see, it should have all the same tile map. Well, it's never going to... What the tile maps do is, as you can see, it's all collision. Anything it can bump into. Shelves aren't ever going to move, so I don't have to worry about that. These states probably should exist. So this is the scanning information. This shouldn't scan, because it's not an object. It doesn't have a face. So things like that. So like, I don't really have to worry about this. But mount equals no one, that is potentially what's breaking it. Yes, that's interesting. So, we might be able to fix it right now. However, there is a secondary broken problem. So, we'll remember there's a code that says mount equals no one, and there's a code here that says mount.nimbus. If we go into the player, which is an object that basically should be open at all times, there's a lot of code in there, as well as this. This, not engine 4, what's engine 4? That's a bit of animation. So this is the engine, and there's so much code in this. This is what's doing the heavy lifting, and the player as well. So we'll open up the player. And I can take these headphones off. There's currently no sound going on. There's a lot of player. It's going to be OBJ player. That's just a naming convention. You don't have to call it OBJ, but like if you want to remember what everything is, use naming conventions. There we go. We'll open him up. Right. We'll search for mount. There we go. So there's a bit of code here. This is all new code I had to make to get all the different weird mounts to work. I had to delete. You might even be able to see the deleted code somewhere, because these two lines basically you use them for notes. So you go, this is a note I made. You know, the two lines means it doesn't read as code. But if you want to like test out new code, you block out the old code, and I like to keep the old code there just in case I need it, or to remind me of what I was thinking. Anyway, so this collision circle basically means that around the mount, so the player has a circle at all times detecting whether OBJ mount exists at 105 pixels around the center. Don't worry what that means. And so it's going to detect it. It's going to detect whether it's bouncy and solid, because you want to bounce on bouncy stuff and you don't want to bounce on solid stuff. There's a bunch of things. So it has to detect the speed and how the mounts are moving. And here's the important bit. So it is detecting what type of mount it is. What I should do is I should add a little bit of code. I should say if detect.mount equals mount.shelf. Now there's no code for shelf right now. Mount equals mount.shelf. Right? Okay, you can see I've put a note there already. So here's a bunch of rules that say, hey, you're no longer on a mount, or you've fallen through the mount, so don't be mounted anymore. You shouldn't be mounted while you're standing, because you can fall through the mounts, some of them. You shouldn't be mounted when you fall through. So the code would, you'd try and step down, and the code would immediately put you back to the top. So there's a bunch of code that says, don't do that, so mount top and man feet. You can see, dump them. And this is what's causing the error. Because I rebuilt the entire system, it's just telling you immediately, oh, there's no mount there. He shouldn't be mounted. So, these are the mounts. So it's asking, if it's the diagonal, do this. Follow the rules of it. If it's the up-down, do this, follow the rules, so on and so forth. And I should be able to just add, there's an L. You see, this is what's screwing me over. It's saying, if the mount is none of these, you're not on a thing, right? None of these are true. So I'm going to add, I wasn't expecting to actually solve a problem. But the thing is, one of the reasons I'm making these videos is it does sort of force me to not be lazy and look through the code. So it's mount.shelf. We're not going to actually put anything in there yet. That's just shelved. Although we could just say, as a sort of test, hang on, let's say mount up and down equals. Let's just put that in as a test. In fact, I don't think there needs to be any code in here. I think. Let's see, what does it do for mount left, right, diagonal, up, down, shell? What's a shell? Left, right equals true. Okay, well it doesn't need left, right. Let's just copy that bit of code in. We'll test something out. So bear in mind, it's giving me an error because there's no such thing as mount.shelf yet. I've not made that bit of code in the mount. So if we load the game up, the game open. So I tried another idea before I did this, a lazier idea, which is, what if I just make a new mount? This here, this is the old mount, this is the old shelf, and whenever I made a shelf, I just put a bunch of these in, and this was a new one. So we'll see what happens if I just make a cloud. I know it doesn't exist. Right, we'll comment this. He won't let me load the level yet. In fact, I will comment this as well. It just won't let me. So don't worry. So yes, my previous idea was, instead of having all the we're gonna have to put shelf down, aren't we? Find OBJ shelf. So yeah, OBJ shelf is this, right? So this is what the shelf used to look like in the editor, and then I was like, okay, I'm just gonna make a new object called obj ledge new, and I realized, oh, I can just stretch it out. That works fine. So I would delete that. I'd place it on there. It'd be invisible, so you wouldn't be able to see it in code, and it just acts exactly the same as that, but it's still. And the idea was, the code would just detect it as one of those and treat it like one of those that just happen not to be moving. And I thought, surely that would work. Now it's still, well, it doesn't, because I'll show you why. But there's going to be errors with both of them. They might even have the same error, but this is the thing I've just got to figure out. Load up the game. So this is what I'm working on. This is my main issue. And I'll be honest, I didn't think it'd take 40 minutes for me to explain, but the dev diary, quite a lot of it was me showing off stuff, to be honest. And I have no idea if people are interested. I really enjoy dev diaries, but obviously they're normally off competent people. We're going to have to press new game. We do have sound now. I've turned the music off in the code, so you might be able to hear a bloop. And that is the music starting and then me shutting it off, because there's only so many times that you can listen to the same damn music before you start hating it. I turned it off for my dev copy. Let's press new game. Yes, I completely forgot that I changed the game structure, didn't I? Where's my rooms? So, tutorial test should be first. These triangles here, they increase the gravity so I can smoothly walk down ramps, because the code that Sean, he's a YouTuber who's good at programming and teaches people, but it just didn't work. I couldn't get it to work. I copied it exactly. I was very careful, and it just, because your horizontal speed is faster than the downward speed, you end up doing a weird skipping thing. So I just turned the gravity up on those things, and there's a bunch of code that makes sure that, like, whatever button, any reason you're not on there, the gravity returns to normal, and it makes sure that is the case. So, for instance, right at the edge of here, do worry that that's faster. Like that, it'll be the same speed as that. Because what would happen, obviously, is you just slam into the ground at 1,000,000 miles per hour because your gravity was really high. So let's dismiss those. So this is the new ledge, and you see it works. It seems to work fine. This is the old ledge. You can see there's a weird gravity property there. Let's restart this level. So you can see that seems to work, and this one definitely doesn't. Right? You fall through it, but sometimes you don't fall through it. And yes. You think, oh, is this fixed? Did you fix it? Did you fix it before you even start the video? No. Because, let's close that down. As soon as that approaches, that collision circle is detecting that instead and go, oh, you're not on a mount, are you? So, we'll delete. We won't delete, we'll just put it nearby. I'm going to put these down. So we'll put him there so we don't forget. And we're going to now try that mount code. I'll try it. So we'll unblock this. I think it will still have the same error. I think what I've done is I've just fixed the original code. Uncomment. Where are you? Uncomment. But bear in mind, there's still nothing. No, see, it's blue because it knows it color codes the code, right? Red means a thing, blue means a thing. I'm not a teacher. I'm not going to teach you how to code. So shelf doesn't mean a thing. Basically, mount dot. Oh yes. I do actually have to declare it, don't I? So if I look for case sensitive find all. I've forgotten how to code. Equals. Okay, diag. How many times is it going to say diag in the code? There we go. So I need to declare the types of mounts in these enumerators. So what enumerators actually are, they're numbers. That says 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can declare which numbers are which. But it just means when mount is up down, it's not diag, is it? And when it's diag, it's not nimbus, is it? And when it's nimbus, it's not shell, which is now causing problems. But we'll put in shelf, and that will turn red. There we go, beautiful. But it's still not declared in the actual object itself. So we'll zoom out. We'll look at this object. That's a nimbus, of course. This should be mount.shelf. So if we look at the test, it's this area here we're testing. So this is now the old code, the old shelf, of the updated code, rather than me lazily just copying that. But I think it's going to have the same issue, and I think I might be able to fix it It would be wonderful if I could solve a problem actually while recording myself. I'm not confident that I can do that. I'll solve it, but it might take me hours. And I might just move on. I might take breaks and have a think about it. Sometimes I just have to be doing something completely different. Press new game. You might be wondering why this isn't a diagonal. Wouldn't that be a lot nicer looking if it was a diagonal? And here as well. Why does it suddenly cut off like that? The reason is the code that blocks me from jumping through the ceiling involves a square, and so it has to be an entire square. And a diagonal, it means the code that stops me from jumping through the top is the same code that stops me from falling through. And so if I put it as a diagonal, I'd be floating above the diagonal. That's easily fixed, to be honest. I just need to make a new bit of code. So that appears to work like so, but he will still knock me off. So that's quite good. That was a bit weird then. You shouldn't just suddenly fall. Oh, I know what's wrong. That's really interesting. Because it's not one stretched out thing, it's two things standing next to each other, which is how I used to do them, and it used to be fine. So the issue is, in my attempt of being clever, I have actually broken it. It thinks I should only be able to scan one at once, which is why you use enumerators, and why I did, because I didn't consider that you might want to be standing on more than one platform at once, which is what that is. That's two tiny platforms standing next to each other. Now, again, there's actually nothing stopping me from just stretching them. So we don't need that anymore. Although I might use the visuals anyway, because that's more clearly defined. But we'll do that later. But the issue is, yeah, it's that it's an enumerator, that it can only be one at once. How do I fix that? Let's try. We're going to save this actually, and we're going to save this as 18 because I've done a little bit of work. No, hang on. I keep a lot of versions. Actually takes up quite a lot of space on my computer. Okay, I've got a kind of... I dropped my controller. I'm going to pause it while it saves. I'll be right. Right, so I think I've successfully diagnosed the problem. The problem is, because it's all set up as enums, it thinks that only one of these can exist at a time. And that even means... you see, I'm not sure. It even counts as itself? That's kind of weird. That's the thing I'm going to have to consider. For the time being, what is the bluntest instrument? What it like... It's not going to be the answer, but like I can use it to test potential solutions. What is the easiest way I think I can fix this if I don't overthink it? And the easiest way is to just make it so that it's not enums, that I can select all 5 at once if I want, that it's not discounting one for the other. So let's say I comment all this. I'm going to copy it. Because we want to keep our old code just in case it'll come in handy. Uncomment. And we're going to say... What if I can just do this? So, this is where I'm not coded in a few days. So I've forgotten how to code. Yeah, am I gonna just be able to say that this? Let's use a new word. What's a word for amount? let's just say mount fix. For the time being, we'll declare it. So mount fix equals no one. So because I don't want to get rid of mount just yet. And it's gone. Hang on. Oh no, it's fine. Let's make this bigger so you can actually see it. So, and we're going to get rid of mount dot. So mount fix can equal those things, right? So I now have to figure out. Let's add. Yeah, we see. It's not going to work because I'm detecting. I'm going to have to give this a think. So the idea. Okay, I'll show you actually, because this used to work with simple amounts because of this line here. This line here says, are you on a platform? Are you on a mount? Are you on a layer? Are you on a floor? Are you on a slope? If either of these are true, then this bunch of stuff works. If none of them are true, then it doesn't. And that is the crux of my problem here. Either or none. Not one, because it's gone, well, A is true, but B isn't, so there's a false here somewhere. They all have to be wrong. So is one of these true, or is none of them true? So this here is in charge of just detecting, and this here is code. Now there's still an issue. I still need to do this change here. No. Mount fix doesn't make any sense. Let's get rid of mount fix. That was just me not remembering how to code. Okay. Yes. We're going to now say diag mount. Mount diag. Mount nimbus equals true. Equals true. Mount shell equals true. So these are going to mean mount up down equals true. I can have all of these once down below. This bit of code below still isn't going to make any sense. Mount down equals true. Mount shelf equals true. So we're going to have to declare all of these. We'll put them here. So they're not sorted very well, but there are vague groupings, and the groupings help me remember. They want to start off as a false. And there's possibly a more elegant solution than just having a large list of all the available options. Because I'm going to have to say, I'm going to have a code somewhere that says either or, but let's see. It detects a thing and it asks, are any of those true? Now don't worry about this, which is incorrect, because this is going to break it immediately, this bit here. But what I can now do, first that can say else it's false. Right, if it's not true, it's false. Right, that's a pretty easy one to understand, hopefully. See, they need to say the right words. I'm going to remove that because it's annoying. So a part of me is worried that I might be overcompensating. And if I am, I can just go back to that more elegant looking code above. Because there were two of the same type standing next to each other and they broke each other. Which makes me think that the error is somewhere else. But being able to have more than one thing be true at once, it would still be really useful for me. Because what I can just not have two tiny things next to each other, and that would probably help. But there might be a time when I have two objects right next to each other, like two of those shovable blocks might be next to each other for some reason, and you need to be able to walk smoothly from one to the other. That is a scenario that I can envision. Like, if I can just say, oh, that's never going to happen, then I don't need to code for it. But it might, and I feel like it might. Having the mount code be working is quite fundamental. So if we go down here, now all these say different things. So we'll comment this because we do. So now it's if mount diag equals true, right? We don't want those else's either. If mount up down is true, because they're now not contradicting each other. Bear in mind the mount code really should only take place if you're standing directly on top of the thing. So I'm not sure what's going on with that either. This video probably will have to be cut into two. This is mount shell. It's mount nimbus. Also, they should have two equals. It will work with just the one, but good coding practice is have two, because it's saying you do want to say this is true. Up that mount up down equals true. You see, I'm telling you it's true. Ooh, that wording is incorrect. Okay, I can see an issue. And I'll have to quickly fix this. I've already used the words before, which means that's going to get confusing. Okay, I'm going to change that to detect. Just need to very quickly change all that. Create as well. So it turned out I'd already used those words before. That's a thing that happens sometimes. We're going to make this detect. I can't replace all because the word mount is in it a lot, to the point that it doesn't look like a real word anymore. And also it tells me better what I'm actually trying to achieve here. Yes, okay. So all this, yeah, there could be issues. Okay. Comment this. That's shelf, isn't it? Cool. Get rid of this else as well. This one is now the annoying one. If so, this is another case of me just forgetting how to code. So I don't need to do equals true. I swear I do know what I'm doing vaguely, but I do. I take a week off programming. I suddenly forget a bunch of fundamental stuff. So that means true. That means the same thing. So I didn't need to actually change that. That if detect diag equals true can be shortened and might as well be shortened to this. And this exclamation mark means it's false. And this is why I remembered, because what we're going to do we're going to say if this equals false, if all of them equal false, that's going to be true. Nimbus shell and that means and. We know there's 5 of them. Up, down, and diag. Okay. So if all of these, if all of those are false, it's just going to turn that off. Now the first thing we're going to do is we're going to see if this even does a thing. We're going to save this as a new file as well. Because now I've been messing around, right? Things can break. I'll put in a pause while I... Right. Where's my controller? It's on the floor. Fell. So we're going to see if the game actually loads up. You can see in this output here that it's doing stuff. That means it's loading. It's converting S&D megafill to WAV 16-bit mono. Does it have to do that every time? Yes, because I saved a new game, so it now needs to make a bunch of new temporary files that it accesses every time I load my game. It only needs to do some of this once, but it's that every single time I save a new game, it does that. Which means every so often I have to check my computer for a bunch of files that don't do anything anymore. I could have unpaused a little bit later and spared you this loading time. It's exciting. So I don't think this is going to work because this here doesn't strictly make sense, this bit here. But we're going to see what it does. We're going to jump onto this. Well, there you go. There's a bit of code. So, what I should have done, it was literally this bit of code here, is I can let it debug. And I think it's there. So what it's doing, I'm going to have one of those for each one of those things, probably. Okay. Because this error is the key to fixing my problem. And it's nice having an error. Because it's nice when the game can say, here's an error. Because, yeah, it gives you insight. It's good at diagnosing. Also make this smaller. So, I think I already know what the issue is, but close this down. I could have probably loaded a level. So what it's done, it's crashed the game. This is interesting that it's here. So, let us read this error. Unknown object dot box top is not set before reading it. Right? Detect, the word detect here, we can track. What is it detecting? Because it's all well and good having all these things. Oh, I'm going to have a buffer, aren't I? I hate buffers. I hate buffers. Detect is here. Okay. So what it's doing, it's detecting one of these things. Even though these are all separated now, it's still only detected one thing. It's gone, hey, you've got a thing. That's your detect. So every time I ask what detect is, the detect.mount, well, that can still only be one thing because that's only one thing. So what if we had a second detect? we will stop the game. We don't need it running anymore. We are in the debugger, but I'm pretty sure I can. So this is a backup detect. Equals the same thing. It's the same code. We're also going to, okay, we're going to have to turn this off. We're going to create find detect. We're going to say backup detect equals no one, right? What we're going to do, we're going to make sure the backup detect is different. So we're detecting two things. If backup detect equals detect comparison to equals no one. So that is only going to be not no one if there's a second thing I can detect. And this is the sort of thing I didn't want to do because it's now a bunch of work I've going to have to do. So you see this here? I'm going to copy it all. This entire line, I'm going to have a second version. Right? It should be fine. Let's make sure. No. Where is it? It's here. Right? It's actually here. Right, cool. This is all for detect. Now this seems like this is superfluous code right here, right? It should be doing versions of this. So this is if detect. Where's if detect? Now this is backup detect. Okay, first of all, if backup detect does not equal no one, then I'm going to tab all of this to a new line, like so. So if it finds a second object that is detectable and it's not the same as the first, it's now going to detect all the new stuff. I just need to add the word backup. That word will probably have to be. So detected. I have to look up what detected does. I'll put a note here. Look up what detected does. We don't need this code here because it's in the other one. So that still, yeah, it's just the word detect by itself. Right? Mount equals no one is an interesting word as well. So mount equals no one might be screwing me over. So we're going to have to look that one up. So now, so we add, if backup detect doesn't, no one, and we're gonna put these in all of them. We're gonna spell it correctly. Because we're just going to have to double up all the code. Oh, there's issues. There's still issues. Like this. You can sort of see how botchy this is as well. Okay, that's still fine. Doesn't equal 1. That's interesting. So the issue I'm falling into right now, and like I'm gonna have to stop recording at some point, right? Because you can sort of see what I'm working on now. The issue is that the code is more involved, right? There's more systems that are detecting things than, because the whole mount code is not just for gluing. There's also fundamental code for, are you standing on the ground? Because I'm only allowed to jump if I'm standing on the ground. Things like that. That's wrapped into this code somewhere. So, like, what does mount check do? What does mount do? These are all things that are going to cause me issues. But we're going to type it all in. We're going to see what happens. 19 is this experimental code. So, we'll put a note here that says potential issues with this. We'll also want, obviously I haven't actually written this code yet, the same note for mount equals no one. So potential issues with mount equals no one. Just so I can read it later. So all I'm doing is I'm just copying this code in here and adding the addendum, the backup. Because I'm going to have to add an extra rule, which is, are you standing directly above the thing? Is it down? And I'll have to draw a ray from there. Because you only want to be standing on something that's directly below you, right? So it's only going to be true for something below. But if you smoothly run over, there's the worry. I need it to detect. So here's the idea. Here's the issue. Here's the floor. Obviously, the floor needs to be directly underneath me for me to stand underneath that. When I'm standing there, let's say I'm jumping on the floor, it needs to know the second before I touch the floor exists. Otherwise, it's going to be too late. So the detect needs to be able to detect multiple things, but I only actually need to stand on one thing at a time. So this code can be refined. Only one should ever be true at once anyway. I should only ever be, which is why I had it separate. And it's why these numbers even exist. Like, if this equals this, well, surely it always equals that. Well, no, because you can be scanning it, but not standing on it. This code really needs to say somewhere on it, if you're standing directly above the thing I'm talking about, which is true. Because you can't be riding two lifts at once, can you? You can't be able to, if I ever have a situation where there are two diagonal things overlapping, then I've made a shoddy level. So we'll even write that down just in case I forget it. Cast array down. You are only mounted on things directly below you. When I say ray, I mean a line. You know what ray recasting is, but you can do that in this. You can send out a line and say, is there anything in that line? It's the same as the circle. So I should be in the code somewhere. I should be constantly asking which thing is directly below me, and I'll do that. But like, I'm gonna have to. That's gonna require thinking. So yes. But for the time being, we're going to just do this very dumb variant where I just add a whole bunch of code and see if it works. So okay, probably don't need that bit there because it's already in that code. So the reason I'm pushing it there is just to make it readable. So let's back up. So these numbers here, it's just telling me, because of the weird movement things, I just automatically shove you in the correct place so it looks better, which is easier said than done. So now these are potentially going to cause issues. Actually, no, because it's going to know. Oh, it's going to know that that's separate. Okay. So that's what broke last time, isn't it? That's fine because it's going to be made true. Yeah, no, that should be fine. It's only going to read into that if backup detect exists. We'll see. We'll see. Don't overcomplicate it because I'm changing a lot at once, and that's full. You know, it's foolhardy to do because I'm going to have to check. But like, it's all one big change, right? I'm still worried about some of this stuff, which I have noted, but still. I could just say or. That's or. So if I detect something, or if I backup detect something, mount check is true. Okay. Do the same thing here. Delete that. So these are the rules now. Instead of the individual mounts, just for individual mount rules. So mounts going up and down, and mounts going left, right. And there's the slope check. Do you see that? The gravity changes when I'm standing on the slopes. Let's see if this works. I have no idea. I'm worried about mount, although no, mount did seem to make sense. This bit I'm now more fine with because I've added that little fix, but it's the issue up there, wasn't there? we'll see what happens. This is the interesting thing. I've experimented with the code. This video is considerably longer than I thought it was going to be. My plan was just to tell you the problem. I wasn't going to try and solve it in the recording because, you know, it's like playing a song in front of people. I can practice all I like and go, look, I made a song. But playing it live and people go, oh, you're terrible. It's more daunting. But let's new game. I should probably make a level that just has the mount on it so I don't have to do this running every time. But that's good practice versus bad practice. I forgot to press the debug button. This is exciting. It's also, there's always a little bit inside you that goes, what if I can never solve it? Like, it should be a solvable thing. But, as I said before, that raycast down, that's important. Because it doesn't need to detect all the things at once. It needs to pre-detect all the things at once. Also, there's no guarantee that my code that tries to check for two things works. It should work. There should be something in the buffer. I'll have to double check that code. That's smaller. Just gonna do the error. Okay. What happens is it's the same error, isn't it? But let's read through it again. Okay. We'll stop this. So there's potentially, we can be in this code and detect it equals no one. So if detect does not equal no one, right? Because that's the issue here. It's detecting something, but it's not in the detect. So I'm going to do it for all the examples. So if because what it's trying to do is it's trying to read the information. I took it for granted that it didn't exist, so therefore it doesn't matter. But no, it needs to know. Not equal no one. Tab this all out. After this, I'm going to eat, so you might be able to hear my stomach rumbling. If there's still potential issues here, I still think I need to do the raycast downwards, but if I don't have to, then I won't. Is there 5 examples of detect equals no one? No, I don't need it. That's good. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's give it a try. Wrong button done. Close down, close down, close down. Use the debug. You should always be using the debug, to be honest, and I don't know why I ever clicked the wrong one. You'd think I'd be in good practice by now. Because what happens is sometimes you're just kind of testing things out and you'll get an error, and then you go, I don't know what the error was. Why wasn't I debugging? But yeah, if I can successfully solve an error on screen, I'd be chuffed. Like, that's my weekend. Just I got a day job as well, so for me it'd be like, yay, my work is done. Don't need the bleep. No, let's be confident. Full screen. you know what's annoying? Is if I stand on this, it's not actually an issue for me standing on this. And it never was either. So I'm still happy with what I've done, but it's still clearly not working. Why does it cancel it? Okay, I just realised something. So this has a rule that says, yeah, okay. I need to do the same. If detect equals backup, double equal. This might not have solved the problem, but it's something I need to do. Equals no one. Bear in mind, it's cyclical, right? It's going to keep reading the code, so it's entirely possible for you. For the same reason, it's impossible to detect the same thing twice. It's yeah, I just have to do it twice. I don't think this is going to solve it, but we'll see. I think it needed to be in there. No, that's fine. Yes, okay. They come immediately up. You scan, and then you go, hey, do you have that scan already? You might be thinking, John, if there's free, it's like, well, if there's free, screw it. Try to design the levels better. I can foresee places where it's somehow too cross, right? When you're stepping from left to right or you're falling. But having free is, I don't think that's likely. Still the same issue. But so what's it doing? It's scanning that and immediately cancelling me. Why is it cancelling me? Probably because mount equals no one. So it's doing all this. It should be doing two things. One, this should be preceded by does it. Hang on. So this needs to be tabbed. So this here, this is what I should have done for this above as well. So if detect doesn't equal no one. Right, so I don't think that's fixed it, but again, that's something I needed to have done. Because otherwise it's doing all that code, even when it shouldn't be doing all that code. We should test it out actually, but I don't think I need to test it out yet. It's the mount equals no one. It's saying, I don't know, because if it doesn't exist, what I probably should do is I should say mount A and mount B equals. So let's see what mount does. I'm going to put a space before it as well. You can find all the instances of mount. You know what? It's this, isn't it? It shouldn't be doing anything now that I think about it. You know what? This is in the wrong place. I think. This might have actually fixed it. Let's see. Because that's saying detect diag equals false. And I might want it to be true because it's true somewhere else. But it will become true again afterwards. But now it's only going in here if detect doesn't equal none. No, because sometimes it might be true and false. and I need it to round off. So what I'm going to need to do, I'm going to need to come up with like a subcode for this bunch and the bunch below, then detect them both. So we can take away some of the guesswork here. Let's say I think this is where the error is. That it's saying false here because of this reason, and it's saying true down there for the other reason. Also, these make no sense anymore. Yeah, all the mounts equal no ones make no sense because they're separated into 5 things. All the mounts equal no one makes no sense because they've been separated into 5 things. So yes, just a little note for myself there. Let's just see what happens, because they now are I've made sure they're separate. Really, it should only be reading them once. What I need to do is I need to find out the reason why it's false. Which may sound really obvious. Yeah, isn't that what you've been doing all along? I think all this stuff I've done is necessary. But I do need to find the root cause. So, bear in mind it's not gluing to that. Something that's true is changing to false. And we can scan them. So we could say text shelf equals true, right? I can, just as a matter of rules, scan whether that's a thing or not. So trace. So what trace does is it's a little code I got from the internet. Cool, I forgot to use it. If equals true, trace. True. So what I'm going to do is it's going to say true if detect shelf equals true. So what this code here is actually a show debug message. It's just been simplified. Else. So does it detect the shelf? Now it's going to say false, 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 false. And this doesn't necessarily help me, because as soon as I fall off, it's going to become false anyway. I've just got to look at the timing. We're going to have to put this in the... We need to look at the words down the bottom. It's currently false. Should say true. Oh, look at that. That was quite interesting. That's like I accidentally did something clever there. So, if I stand here, it's going to knock me off. Right? But it also becomes false if I just... Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. So it's still detecting that shelf from below, which is really good. The only reason it stops detecting is because that other one comes along. The only reason I'm actually standing on the corner. It doesn't look like it, but I am. Right. So it thinks that equals false. So let's botch it. This isn't going to solve it. Let's say, let's remove this code entirely first. Because I want to see if I can just use the detect. There is now no way to turn that off, presumably. That's not true. There are two places it can turn off. You know what? Stop that. I can just detect them when it turns off. Else. So option A. So detect tag equals true. Oh. Bugger. Okay. So potentially some of this was not needed. So I put all the effort into making sure I can be more than one thing. But for some reason I forgot that I also had to be able to detect more than one thing at once. So if it merely detects It's the else. So this is saying hang on. It shouldn't be detecting the second thing. So the issue is, weirdly enough, this may have all been superfluous then. But this is programming. This is me going the wrong way. So I've been trying to detect more than one thing, but it might not have been necessary at all. Which, if that is true, that's kind of nice. It's reasonably easy to delete the extra code I've done. But here is the issue. If detect.mount is true, that's true. But I still think I actually need to have changed that. Otherwise it's false. Okay. Why do I need to false them? Okay. Let me try an experiment. Okay, I'm just having a think. Let's have a new rule. ID diag. Okay. Let's type this out. Okay, I don't know why I did that for diag, because diag is clearly not the thing that's having issues. I'm gonna have to do it with all of them anyway, though. It's shelf, and it's shelf. We'll just copy this all for shelf. Shelf. That's fine. Okay. I should explain what I've done. Sorry, I did a bunch of stuff. I had a realization. Okay, we need to go into create. Need ID shelf ID diag equals no one. Equals no one. So what have I done? What have I done? Okay. It's somewhere around here. This is in my detect. So now what I do is I say, if it's true, and I know this works, if I detect a diagonal thing, it's still true, and it still does all the code, but I also get a little new ID. I now detect it as a separate thing called ID diag, and I only do that if it's true, so I know that's guaranteed. I then look out for specifically that thing, and I only turn it off specifically if I don't detect it anymore, and I make it no one then. If this works, I may be able to delay all the buffer backup the second detect. We may still need it. It might just be good practice to have two sets scanning at once. Because it might, I'll have to consider how the code works, but because it might actually just be able to do multiple versions of this anyway. But we'll see. Didn't you think it was going to work? So, you might be thinking, have you shot yourself in the foot? Is it now the second set that's doing this? Have you inadvertently created a bunch of code that's going to actually contradict you now? Because you might be thinking, well, that's... If we look here, the only reason shelf should turn off is because of this code here. Okay. So that seems fine. So it's not changing it. I could actually change it up here so it detects the correct thing. We could. I'm just going to block all the backup code. Just going to comment it off. Comment that off as well. Should be relatively easy for me to do that actually. All should be self-contained. And yeah, it's somewhat embarrassing to just cut all the code I've spent the entire episode dealing with. Not you. Doesn't really do anything. But it's all the backup detects. Just curious if this makes any difference. And arguably it shouldn't be detect equals no one anymore, it should be something else. Worry about, we'll comment this. Just do that version. So, see what that does. Because I've turned it all off, I should be able to detect what's turning it off. Hopefully, maybe. Yeah. I really need to eat. I thought this was going to be a really short video. I was like, oh yeah, here's the new stuff I've made. All 20 minutes. And here's a problem I haven't solved yet. Oh, I hope I can solve it. I didn't think I'd get really into the idea of actually solving the problem. But as I said, if I do, and I actually, all this work is still work, it all counts. And it's all me learning as well. Doesn't break at least. So, we have to ask ourselves, now we know that this doesn't interfere, what is turning that code off? Because we know it's that code, right? We know it's turning that off. So why? Well, shelf. Oh, no, it's here. So I want it to tell me. Here, John. So if that triggers, it's going to tell me. And then I'll know it's that bit doing it. And we don't need to put ID shelf equals no on there. We can actually put it at the bottom. Might even be that that's breaking it. So there's no, hang on. Why did it spam it so much? Okay. It doesn't need to do this. Okay. So it thinks ID shelf is not that. It thinks it's not there. Let's try a more complex version of this. Okay, I want to see if I turn this off, because we're testing out the code. If I turn this off, that shelf shouldn't work. I should just fall straight through. If that's true, then that's information we can use. Otherwise, I can go, oh, the code's doing something else than I thought it was doing. I should call this video an idiot troubleshoot. Coding. So yeah, well, I'm hoping I'll fall directly through. I don't. Isn't that interesting? So, what? So yes. Why am I standing on that shell? The shelf. I'm very confused now. Let's turn this off. Yeah, so that's helping me because I know that I've misread some of the code or something is not as I expect it, so therefore I can't code it as I expect it. And I need to figure out why. How am I standing on that? Is there a bit of code that's contradicting it above that does the rule in an easier way that I can edit? Because as soon as I know, then I can fix it. Why does this let me stand on it? I stopped talking, didn't I? I've been talking for 2 hours straight. None of the mounts should be background turned off. Okay, well that's interesting. So it's not glued anymore. Yeah. So, because what I might end up doing is just loading, once I figure out the problem, I load up an earlier version of the game and make a simpler solution. So, what does that tell you? Well, all this code does is tell you the behavior of the player when he's sitting on top of it. Clearly, it doesn't tell you that it's standing on ground. That's somewhere else. So, We don't have to worry what detector does then. Cool. That's about if I try and step down stuff. So what I need to do, because I can still keep all this blocked. That's the beauty of this code. The error now, I know the error isn't in the moving of left and right, right? It's not in that bit of the code. It's taken us 2 hours to figure this out. We now know if I fix the error there, I can turn that code back on and it should work. I might not need to have all this complex code, but something. It needs to detect the solid state. I'm pretty sure. What happens if I comment this? How do I make it not work anymore? And this is also hopefully teaching me better how to troubleshoot. Like, because I unfortunately went in going, oh, it must be this. I must fix this. It must be because I'm detecting anything. I assumed it was that part of the detection process. It's clearly earlier on in the detection. The question now is, how do I make it so I just fall through? See that? If I comment this? That's my old man. Good. That surely has to break it, surely. What do I have to do to break this code? But yes, I can make those dizzy egg bounce where you had to walk across at the same time. Very easy to make that. Just a bit of code that says you don't fall down. If only I could find it. There we go. Okay, so we now know it's definitely tied to the word detect. Beautiful. That is knowledge. That is important. So this is a worry. What if I turn off all this stuff then? So it's still detecting, but none of this bit. This bit that I was worried about. Let's see. And he'll still do that walk thing, yeah. What uses detect? I have detected it. So this is interfering? Something to do with this code. Keeping me standing. This is why it's important to be able to read your own code. You notice I fall too fast because like there's a bunch of code that I took out that actually does stuff. Like it's not that code doesn't do anything, it's doing a lot. But there's clearly a fundamental piece of code that keeps me standing. And it might just be that ground floor touch is true or something like that. So all this is kind of doing nothing. I don't need to turn it off. Here. It's here, isn't it? Mount check one. Put the work in. Recording this has made it slightly more arduous, but it has also forced me to sit here and work through the problem. And it's a puzzle in and of itself, and it's kind of fun. But it's a kind of fun. Beautiful. There we go. So this mount check code, which it should have been the first thing I did. Okay. To have them both open at the same time. There's a little bit of code. You see how I said I don't want code repeating? This is what this does. So, just does it with detect. Oh. Oh, here's one idea. I turn detect backup back on. In fact, I don't even have to do all the code to do that, which we now know. We can just do this. Okay, we don't even need the contradictory stuff. Yeah, we do. Trust me, we do. Because it will just detect the same device. It forces it to be two different detections. So what we do is we go down here. And we say detect backup. Yeah, it's expecting one argument and got two. So I'm just going to copy this entire code like so, and I'm going to comment this So now there's argument 0 and argument 1. So if argument 0 and argument 1 mount check 2 equals false. So all of these is because I check and I double check and I triple check things just to make sure everything's working as smoothly as possible. And this is one of the fundamental checks of whether you are actually standing on a thing or not. What I want to do is check 2 things at once. The ray downwards thing's probably more like a better idea, but if I can clumsily fix it, then that'll do. So okay, this is fun. Else I'm going to say if both of those are false. So if that's all true, we do that. If that's all true, and we just replace the zeros with ones, 1, 1, 1. Zero, 0, 1, 1, 1. And again, else if is it there? If it's neither, okay, so now it's going to hopefully check 2 places at once. Let's see if this works. We have a happy ending to this video. And by the way, it's always like this. It's always something really small. Just needed to put an X there. Spend 4 hours painstakingly changing code only to go, oh, I put an N in the wrong place. I don't know what I'm doing, do I? I'm learning. Something weird. I should have put troubleshooting mode on. That's kind of fascinating, isn't it? No, not only has it not solved it, it's created an entirely new problem. Yay. Do the same thing again. But I'm going to be smarter about it, hopefully. If both of those are false, but it's now going to I don't understand why it didn't work last time. It might just be the second detection just isn't working. Okay, new idea. See if this works. You know what? It's not going to work because why would it wipe out the original detect? It shouldn't do. What I need to say, I detect the second thing and the first thing is still true, then use the backup detect system. They're doing that. Isn't that weird? Don't worry about that. It's still the issue, but I'm right. I just want to see if he's doing that weird falling motion. So I should have undone that, I guess. I am genuinely confident I can fix it, but I just don't know how long it will take me. I just know somebody smart could come along and go like, this is just there. No, I mean, it's my code, so they would still struggle, but conceptually they would be able to fix it that long time. I know that. Not doing that weird falling animation. Don't worry about that glue because I can just turn the glue on and off. The issue is, like, isn't it weird that it's like I can work on this fine? It's literally just when that approaches that it suddenly goes, hey, I've detected a thing and you're not on top of it. So we have to consider what's going on. Okay. If okay, I'm gonna cover these up a minute. What I want to ask it, I'm gonna say like so that says detect the thing, and now we're gonna say detect equals that, right? So that is the thing I'm standing on. It is currently looking at that. What if I so now it scans the thing and it changes what it's detecting. So I want to say before I even do that, if does not equal detect backup detect, right? So now this is how I do backup detect. I may not even need to do backup detect, but equals that. Else the alternatively I could have said if detect doesn't equal no one. What? Oh, sorry, that was supposed to be there. Let's see what that looks like. Doesn't equal no one could potentially have fixed it actually. But I like the idea of having the backup scan. Also, I've done all this work to make a backup scan. Here's the thing. Right now, I don't even have to put the backup scan code back into it because it just does nothing. But it doesn't wipe it. It's only in the else that it scans it the real way. As long as it doesn't start off equaling no one. Okay. That was let's comment this. Comment. This is going to get complex, but I have the previous version of the code. It's fine. If detect does not equal no one, then it does the normal detect thing. So it doesn't rewrite. And then it asks again for other reasons. These lights have been on for a while now. These lights here. Don't really need them on. I use them for Let's Plays. But what I call them adventures, they're on my other channel. Okay. So the issue here, detect always equals no one. Let's go back. So the issue is, I don't want it to rewrite. Hang on, let's... This says, if it doesn't equal no one, detect equals that, yeah? Okay. Now if it equals no one, that was just a mistake. That wasn't like a logical issue. That was just me not doing the correct thing. I guess it's a lot. You know what I mean? You might not know what I mean. Been at this for over 2 hours. Hope you took breaks. I'm definitely cutting this into multiple videos. That's all I needed to do. Let us save this project. Let us open up 17, or is it 18? I don't know if I make changes. Let's open up 17 anyway. We'll save it as 17B. And we're just going to add that one line of code. That one line of code. I'll save B. You know what? I don't need to save it as a separate. That's it looks wrong because of this. If equals no one. It's got the shelf in. So yeah, I actually got additional stuff in, which I kind of like still. But there's a lot of faff that I took out, isn't there? This might not work anymore. Hang on, is it right? We'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's take a look at the room. Let you out. For you. I may have to look at the code to see what's up with it. But is that solved? Like, if it's in a position where I can move on with my life and just do more stuff, I might be able to consider that solved. What I want to be able to do is I want to be able to smoothly walk from that ledge. That's how I win. My win. Okay, it doesn't knock me off. Can step on this. Okay. I can smoothly walk from here to here. Doesn't knock me off, but I can't walk onto it. Doesn't exist. It might be just because the timing is off, but I think we may be able to go to the second one and have our backup. So we're gonna save this. This is better. Open our god-awful 19 code. Also, if it requires both, then it makes me feel a little bit better. But what it might not require is my kind of pernickety checking. Even this, I'm not entirely sure about. Like, even this, I'm a little bit worried. So where are we? So that first asks if detect equals no one. Draw that. So it doesn't. There isn't a detect. Okay. If I want to have the second thing, so what am I asking exactly? I want to do the backup detect. if detect does not equal no one, which is always going to be true, by the way, because of that. It doesn't equal no one. If detect does not equal this, backup detect equals that. I can't. Yeah. And I don't know if I have to do it backwards yet. Now it's got a detect and a backup detect. I am going to delete all this code here. I don't think I need any more. Because it doesn't matter if the backup becomes the normal one, so I don't think I need to do that backwards and forwards. So we are going to uncomment all this. Comment all this. I can turn this back to what it used to be. Back to... You know what, let's just keep this. I'm going to see what this looks like first. There's a syntax error though, so... That was it, wasn't it? Let's see what this looks like. And obviously, if you have two separate problems happening at the same time, it might just justify a troubleshoot that takes 2.5 hours. I'll have to ask real programmers how long this sort of thing takes. Normally I would have gone off for snacks and stuff, but like I can't do it because I'm recording. I could have put pauses in, but that still works. Can't smoothly walk. I know you should be able to do it because you can smoothly walk to a normal place. Like if I... that is a different error. Don't worry about that. Something's up with... the issue is a new issue, which I thought was the issue before, which is wonderful. Well, it's not wonderful, you know what I mean. Let's turn this back on. Okay. turning all these back on. Still have potential issues with this, but I might now add the other detect back into that code. But it made it weird and fully, didn't it? I don't know why that. Now we'll try. Let's see if we can detect two things at once. Well, that's what I'm reasonably trying to do now. The two closest things. So while I stand on a thing, it's the closest, and the second thing, as I walk onto a second mount, that is what I'm trying to achieve now. We have solved the original error, though. I'm taking that as a win, even though all I had to do was make it so it didn't overwrite whenever it found a new one. But I do want it to remember that it's got a new one, so it was valuable. The first error made us discover the second error and the problem was I was trying to solve the second error first. See that? It sort of worked. I appreciate sort of is not good enough. Isn't this interesting? It's not glowing anymore. Also, some weirdness with this side. So delete this. We'll put it back to this code here. Comment. We're going to have backup detect. First thing we're going to do is we're just going to make sure this works normally. So do all this, tab it out. I'm going to say if argument 0 if argument 0 and not argument 1. I have no idea if it works like this, by the way, because of the whole argument thing. I'm saying if 0 is true and 1 is false, i.e. if connects. If detect is true and backup detect is false, do that code as usual. And hopefully that is how that should do that. I don't need to do that, do I? We'll play. So this should have, I should be able to stand on the normal edge of the left, and I should be able to stand on the middle one, and it won't knock me off, but I won't be able to walk from one to the other still. I've just made it so that's the, yeah. My Windows Defender. So we don't want any weight falling. Oh, look at that. Did you see that? Ah, that's I like that. That's information, see? It was both places. Okay. Why is it doing that? Because both became true. Now I say, what if both are true? I don't think I need to do. So this is an else, I think. This is where I try and do before, and it gives me the weird falling error, but experimenting. If it's not either of those, mount check 2 is false. If place meeting is on that one, I do those rules. If place meeting is on this one, I do those rules. What I can do is this is okay. Var instance is that. Var instance B second 1. Okay, so what this is doing is it's checking whether I'm standing on top of the thing, and it's like the same check as I've got in there. I just check all the things twice, clearly. Because one is for standing and one is for being controlled by the mount, by the way. So if instance does not equal no one, and okay, no, I can do this. No, let's do the simpler version first. Else if instance second doesn't equal no one, let's see if that works first. Let's not overcomplicate it. But I can have the both and neither as well. I'm gonna have an enchilada after. I've earned it. I'll do some exercise as well while it's cooking. But yeah. Oh, I jumped up there. It's not doing the weird. Oh, look at that! It's funny. Not quite what I want. That almost works. Like, isn't that interesting? Yeah. Okay. this weird edge case. I need to... Okay. If both arguments are true, that's full screen. Right, both arguments are true. Both arguments are false. I'm not on the mount. That's the easiest bit. If I'm on that, it should be true. If I'm on that, it should be true. Okay. Here is the issue. Why would it extend the HSP? Yeah, Jabba. What was I gonna do? Sorry, I'm having to do some strong thinking. Okay. What does this code mean? What does it all mean? It's just letters. This is asking, is the detect directly underneath me? If it is directly underneath me, this happens. These both can't be true at the same time. I thought. Okay, so I'm just going to add a little extra to that. So it's still not doing them both. So now I'm saying if that is true and the other one is false, and if that one's true and the other one's false, do this and do that. And if they're both false, or if they're both true, hang on. Else, if they're both equal false, just chuck us off. So that should hopefully act. It'll be broken, but it won't pull me either side. I'll be able to stand on that and stand on that, and it will knock me down, I think. I'm not sure what it will do. Let's find out what it does. No, I think it shouldn't knock me down, but I shouldn't be able to walk smoothly from one to the other. It's still what I want to do, by the way, but... Okay, so I can stand on this. It does do that weird knocking thing. Isn't that weird? Ah. Why is it doing that? Just to double check. This seems pointless because it should always have the first and not the second, but if the first one is false... Oh, hang on, that's why that's broken. I think. Yes, okay. That's why that's broken. No, if 0 is true and 1 is false, it's doing 0. If 0 is false and 1 is true, it should be doing 1. We're going to use second, even though it really shouldn't matter. And we'll keep this one blank. We're just going to see what this looks like. I shouldn't pull anymore. I don't even know if this video is going to work. I should have stopped and started it and glued a bunch together. Again, I cannot stress this enough. I thought this was going to be a 20-minute video. I wasn't even done with the introduction in 20 minutes. Coding takes so long. When I do it anyway. Okay. So what we've done is we've now magically recreated the initial issue. Not interesting. Oh, you know what? Hang on. I'm going to delete this. If they're both equals false, then, you know, I've just turned them all off. If one of them is true, I should be standing on something. Why would it knock me off? Huh. There's me standing on there. Me standing on this. Is it knocking me off? That's weird. I've recreated the original problem. Ah. Okay. if detect equals no one, detect doesn't equal no one, and that does equal no one. It hasn't solved anything, but I'm just curious to see what happens. I'm also tempted to, you know, I think I know how to solve it. There's one line of code being yeah. Okay, I've got an idea. See what this does first. It does that, doesn't it? It's weird. Yes, and I could do that on the inside and the outside. Hang on. And so there's a line in my mount check code. Mount check 2. I think that. There are other things I can do. Push. Knocks me down like that. That's the either or. Okay. Now I'm gonna rephrase the either or again. Check them both. Pack up. Detect. Don't worry about that, John. And so we're going to have 3 different versions. We're going to ask if both are true first, then one, and then the other. If 1 and argument 2, this 1, this is going to do the shoving thing right now. That's going to be 0. But it's the top one. I put an exclamation mark here. There, make all these 1s. In fact, this mount check here that I want to change. So if I'm going to go mount check 2, find all. I don't know what all the mount checks do. What I'm going to just do is I'm just going to create one called mount check 4. There's probably I think I can actually do this. Mount check and then 4, and that makes it into an array, but I'm just not confident in that. So what this does, and I pointed at this before actually, that says if either of them are true, I am mounted, and if either of them are false, I am not. If all of them are false even. So I'm now counting the backup thing as an entirely separate mount. So, gonna say mount check 4 doesn't make any sense. Fine. Mount check 3. Out. Is it gonna make sense? Unassigned variable. Say so. Okay. Or no, hang on. Because arbitrarily changing the order of these is not a good idea. These things are in this specific order for a reason. I didn't place any of this arbitrarily. It's placed in this order because it's the order in which it works, and sometimes detecting something subtly too late is enough to break it. So all this is to do. This worries me. But right now, these should be 2 separate checks. It's if one is true and not the other. If it should, in fact, knock me off. I think. Because it doesn't know what to do if both are true. If both are true, then there's no code. There's only code for if one is true, and if the other one is true. But if both are true, I should fall. Okay, where the hell is mount check 3? No, when the hell is mount checks? Okay, so the issue I have, step, is it somehow knows that they are already false. So if I say mount check 1, case sensitive. That was my impression of home improvements. How does it know if it's true or not? See what I mean? It has to have checked somewhere. Otherwise it shouldn't run. Hang on before I do that. When are these set? It's never set. Mount check equals. Where's mount check 2 equals false? Yes. See what happens, shall I? I should fall through. Obviously, when they approach. Specifically, when it approaches me, not when I walk into it. I'm not sure why that is actually. That's good. Good. Right. And that should be fine. And I should fall. Ooh, I can't do a wall. I mean, because I'd fall immediately off that second. Fine. I guess. The issue is what happens when both are true, which is the first bit of code, which should be here. And I'll try writing what I did before. Okay. First off, now we're dealing with separate mount checks. That's 4, right? One, 4. It's gonna do the pulley thing, I know it, but we're learning. Okay. Second. If okay, else if seconds doesn't equal none, that's a 4. Argument 0, that's argument 1. Else they're both false. Let's see what happens. I think it'll do the pulley thing. Because now I'm skeptical. John, you solved it. Why are you suddenly skeptical? We've been at this for 3 hours. Why didn't you just draw a thing? Because it's complex. It's collision. Collision's just a bastard. Yanking me, pushing me in. I walk towards it though. Oh no, it's yanking me if I'm in range. Which is weird, it shouldn't. Give my back. Gonna make a cup of tea. Right, made myself a cup of tea and some more Coke, and I've had a think about this. The thought I had was you are never technically standing on 2 at once, right? Now, there could be a ledge here and a ledge here, and I could be standing on this two. But if they're doing like that, one of them is always going to take precedence, right? Which is fine, because that's how it always works. In fact, if I have a ledge going towards a wall, I can smoothly walk from the ledge to the wall, right? And it might wedge me onto the wall and go away, and that's fine, because that's code working. But if a ledge meets a ledge, even a still ledge, because if I solve this for still ledges, I'm potentially solving this for ledges touching each other, which is something I've never been able to do. One of them should always be the only mounted one. Mount check 2 and mount check 4 can never be true at the same time. So the precedence should always be what is directly beneath me. I still need it detected. One technique, what I might do is I might just delete all this code just to make it easier for me to understand what I want to do with this code now. Now we understand that as a sort of note, there is an argument 1 and it's connected to backup. Well, it doesn't really matter what it's connected to, but it's also connected to mount check 4, right? So the Ledgecase scenario, which is I think what I'm going to call is when they're both happening. If one's happening and the other isn't, should knock me off. I may rebuild that annoyingly, but yeah, you know what? I am going to annoyingly rebuild that, because if one's true and not the other, and vice versa, that is the best case scenario. Because really, it's not even going to detect the second one. So I'm gonna ask again. I'm gonna have that out, even though we're doing stuff we already did earlier. So this is me saying, if argument 1 0 and not argument 1, and I want to do the exact copy. That should say 4 1 1, and I know I just deleted the same code and added it again, but I just needed to mentally know what was going on. Sometimes it just takes me doing that to go, oh yeah, no, I get what I was doing. Alright, so and we want to keep these separate though. Okay, so right now it should knock me off. If it doesn't, then I'm already in trouble. When it detects both at the same time, there shouldn't be any code for it to read, and I should fall. In fact, that should actually be true for both positions, and I don't think it is, which is because there's no code for if both arguments are true. So I may have to do that before. So I want him to go away so I can definitely see that code working. This code's working. And then I'm going to do the same for this. Down on this. Why don't I fall? Because isn't that weird? Isn't it weird that I don't fall off? Okay, but that is to be expected. It is weird that it doesn't work on the other way around, but I'll live with it. But the crux is, what happens if both are true? which was again always the case, but if they are both true, because I could just immediately invalidate one of them. What's going to happen is it's going to work, and then I'm going to immediately fall off when I walk off, which is the thing I solved before, by the way. But because what I could do is I could take this code here, this one, okay. Actually going to comment all this, because what I really want is for it to not be in this bit of code. So I'm going to say and argument 0 equals false. I don't know if I can do that or not. We'll find out, won't we? Okay, I may just have to let you go because this might require pondering. Like, if I do this, so there's nothing in this bit of code, it should just drop me off. So why didn't it drop me off then? I mean, I'm relying on using the code and copying it rather than just writing new code. That might be. Is this the sort of edgy case? I think it is. It's already done the long detect. This is the am I standing beneath, directly above it. This should knock me down. See him get him high. Knock him down. Let's think of this a different way. First of all, I guess I just want it to not knock me off. So, if placemaking So x plus 1. I'm already standing on a thing. Y plus VSP. Yeah, that's my speed. Okay, so if I am standing on argument 0, mount check 2 is true. I need to change true target. Stupid name for a variable. And mount check 4 equals false. Right? Also, I've got to do this. But I can... So then I'd have to run all that code as well. That's the first thing I should do. And it should all be within this, I guess. Essentially. I'm just having a little think. I guess I could just do this. Just put it in there as well. So it's just gonna do the original code. It's gonna do that. Okay, there's an issue here, but okay. That makes sense. Oh, it's so much. No, I need to look at it again. Sorry. It's supposed to be in here, right? Delete it. Okay. The idea. We'll put it here so I know. Right, so I'm just going to delete that. Okay. Will that do it? Okay. It's only going to run that code if that is true. And it's going to immediately discount mount check 4 as well. Let's see what happens. Bear in mind, this won't fix it, but I'm hoping that this now won't knock me off. That I just won't be able to smoothly walk from one to the other. Beautiful. Oh my word! This was. Is it working? What? Oh, hang on. That was kind of weird, wasn't it? Doesn't knock me off. It's not as smooth as I'd like. I mean, you've got forces working against each other. That's done, isn't it? So, we're going to have to load other levels very quickly. Back. So we're going to see if I've broken anything else by doing this. I put Bifrost back. And see if the snail works and all that. Because the issue potentially is, let's say you're riding on a ledge, you walk onto a ledge and then you walk onto a third ledge, then the numbers are flipped the wrong way around because I haven't done the backwards case. I should probably write the backwards case, but I think I can let you go. I think we successfully... Oh, there we go. Immediate error. Don't leave yet. What even happened there? We'll see. But yeah, this is what happens sometimes. You spend an eternity fixing a problem only to realize that it's broken the entire thing. What? It was in detect.shell. Do I start near a shell? Sorry, my belly is a rumbling. I haven't eaten now 3 PM. I'm also dieting, so a part of me is just like I'm clearly in the zone right now. I'm doing work and I want to make sure this level either way. So obviously we're on a new problem, so I could arguably let you go here, but there's still potential. Ironing out that is not what this video is about. Also, let me just check something here. There are, I think that is causing issues, that triangle there. I'm going to delete it. That's a kind of a triangle. That's pulling the gravity down. And I don't necessarily want that to be happening. even this one here I might delete as well. But if we turn these... Well, I'll tell you one thing as well. This here should be there. Yes. But obviously more pressing is the fact that another level is broken. But actually, let's have a quick look at that. We're in for a penny, in for a pan at this point. I'm going to check to see that other side works smoothly. But again, that smoothing that out is something I can do. Yeah, I'll work on. Bear in mind, again, I can just not use the edge cases or the ledge cases. The part of me says, what happens if I take the shell out? I want to go over to that. I want to walk over to this. I missed, but that's... Ah, that's interesting. So yeah, there's some weirdness going on because of this. That's a separate error. It's something I need to solve, but it's not what this video was about. So I'm not overly concerned with the idea that I've got this weird scenario that involves this steep hill and these, but like... It's an issue. I'm going to need to solve it, but not on this video. Okay, so what that is this detect 1, this is detect 2, and it's got nothing to reverse it for detect 3. So that is, it's just this backwards. Easy fix, easy fix. So 4, 1, 1, 1, 4. This is why I shouldn't be using numbers like that. 2, 4, 1. Okay, that should fix that. Or it might break it even more. Who knows? Because now I've added a contradiction. That's quite possible, to be honest. I might have the dragon thing back and everything. Though, you might think that's also fixable by, instead of just constantly flipping back and forth, as soon as the game knows there's only one detecting thing, it moves it back from the backup detect to the normal detect. Because it should know if there's only one in range. Good news, I didn't get knocked off. Try and step on board. Also good. Step off. Step off did not work. Okay. We'll do. I have no idea why this didn't work. You know what? I think I know what I did wrong. If Why didn't it work the second time around? Okay, so yes, what we're going to do is we are going to make it. We are going to make it. Oh God, no one even knows what that song is anymore, John. Isn't it? We're not going to make. It doesn't matter, John. Off that shelf. No, don't turn him off. Step right. What we're going to do is we are going to ask. Where is it? It's begin step, isn't it? Okay, we are going to ask. But there's 2 errors we need to fix now. The shell thing. You know what? I'll leave the shell thing for later, I think. Backup. Okay. Now we want to. Some of these I need to neaten again anyway. I need to now say if backup, if detect. Let's see if this works. If detect does not equal no one and detect backup detect does not equal no one, right? I want to say if detect isn't there anymore, if we can no longer detect that, so if detect doesn't even, I've got something registered as detect, but I can't find it in the circle, then bear in mind I've got something registered as detect and backup to detect. And backup detect is still in there, so how do I do collision circle equals false? If I hang on. Monkey equals yes. Is this is that allowed? Is yes, okay. So don't worry about that. So if that's true, if I do not detect anymore, but I can detect backup detect, so and so long as I'm in a position where I can detect one but not the other, then backup. No, do it in the correct order. Detect equals backup detect. If detect equals backup detect, detect equals no one, and we've now reset it so the only thing that we can see is the only thing we're detecting, and we can start the process all over again without me having this weird flip-flop code going on constantly. Let's see if that works. That should be one line. That should have two equals in. That shouldn't have an if. Save it. We'll figure out. I'll figure out the shell afterwards. You are not concerned with the shell. You are not concerned about the shell. Alright, we'll have a quick look at the shell. If you're not concerned, you can just turn the video off. I'm supposed to be recording myself playing games. Come on. First, let's test to see if this knocks me off. It doesn't. Cool. So can I stand on this and it be fine? That's grand. Can I stand on this and it be fine? Yes. Okay, now is the final test. We walk over here. Da da da. And oh, here's a ledge. I'm going to walk onto that. Lovely. Now walk onto this ledge. Ah, you bastard. Why didn't that work? Ah, really? It is more of an edge case, but I'm genuinely surprised that didn't work. Okay. Sorry. Now I know why it didn't work. Wrote the wrong code. I do enjoy coding. It is like a beautiful logic puzzle. Well, it is for me. Again, I'm sure people can do this with their eyes shut. Like, go on, oh, I know all the ors and ifs and which way around they should. But it hurts so much, but like, it's a lot of fun. Especially when you finally figure something out. Oh, come on, I thought it would work. Now what? I don't know. Why hasn't it replaced it? Okay, let's see what this does. I checked the collision circle. Oh, there's something in it. But does my detect equal no? Do both of them equal no? Do both of them equal no? Well, let's do it. Hang on, if both of them equal no, John, your brain stopped working. If both of them equal yes. Okay. I'm going to add one more clause to that. No, hang on. They shouldn't both equal, yeah, should they? Detect should equal no in this case. All that the job is that is to say, hey, hang on, you've got a backup but not a main. Make it the main. Okay. This should work. Come on. It resets, but it doesn't. I'm really lucky I accidentally drew this together like this. Because I wouldn't have seen this error. It's just going from one mount to a second to a third. And I don't understand why it's not resetting. I think I'm going to do some of this in my own time. I think... Okay, here's my issue. Like, the only reason to turn this off is if I'm not going to program anymore. If I'm still programming, like, I might as well record the process. But I'm like, it's just, if I'm going to have a break, I'm just going to have to force myself to not work on it. I don't understand why it didn't work, though. It's saying... Okay, first of all, we'll put a trace in here. Bloop. Okay. So... It might be a case that I just need to check more often. Like, I might just have to copy this entire code and put it lower down. Surely you would just skip this bit. Point is, there must always be a detect. See that? No bloop. No bloop, it's not doing the code. That's interesting. So according to this, there is never an instance where there is no detect and there is a backup. So now, what I want to do is... When is it doing the... Okay. That says... We'll keep that in. Sorry. Trace. That is... detect. True. Backup. False. Right? No, that's actually the other way around. False. Backup. It's apparently a thing that never happens. This is detect false, backup false. Well, it's just detect false, it's not detecting anything else. This is detect true. This is detect true. This is backup true. So now we're going to get a quick look of how the code is going to work. How it's flowing. Because then what I can do is I can hopefully smoothly in the code, because we don't want a bit where I'm falling for a split second and going back up. Although if it's fast enough, then it doesn't matter. Oh, I have to make the thing smaller. So we're looking for the bottom screen on the output. Right now it should say detect true, which is true. And very briefly there was a backup. Detect true. On. I should always be able to smoothly walk off these ones. It's just that third one. Isn't that interesting? There is detect false. That's what happened there, wasn't it? Detect true. Backup true. That's what it did there. Detect true and backup true. Detect false. Oh. Odd. Okay. What never triggered? Backup true. Yeah, we saw that. Detect true. We saw that. Never saw that. I mean, there was apparently never a time. Let me think about this. Okay. What I want to do. Okay. So it's detect. That's supposed to switch it over. This one says if there's no one in the detect, detect a circle. Right? This one says if there's no one in the detect and there's a backup detect. Okay, I'm going to do else detect equals no one. Because if both of those don't happen, there is no detect. I can also add it in here as well. Detect equals no one. That's potentially dangerous. But no, don't do that. That might have actually done it. Because then it won't go in there anymore. I'm hoping it will go for all the way through the code back to the start and do that switcheroo. I really don't know what it's going to do with having a 4-hour recording. I'm going to have to burn it off, aren't I? Taking up valuable space on my drive. That doesn't actually matter. Oh, hang on. Oh, I just completely broke it there. Take that immediately away. Let's move those off. Oh, don't break it. Hang on. Clearly not triggering. Where is it, John? Oh, no. I know what I did wrong. Okay, so if detect does not equal that, if that, put the backup detect in, else detect equals no one. Right? So like what I was doing was that was triggering, it was making that. That was triggering and just saying will detect equals no one. It wasn't caring that I just made backup to detect. I think. Yeah, no, I was deleting the backup detect. Interesting. The point is, like, detect has information in it. Even if I walk away, detect doesn't change unless I tell it, because it's just putting information in that. It's just a bunch of numbers, right? There is 745. When I walk away, it's still 745. I just need to tell it 745 doesn't exist anymore. And before, it's only doing that if it's overwriting it for some reason. But I need to tell it if it's not there, then overwrite it. The first test is obviously if I just fall through again, that's a failure. And I mean, I walked right there. Think about this, John. That's not even. Don't worry about that because it's not triggering. This says, are you detecting a thing? No. Detect it. Cool. You've detected it, so it doesn't equal no one. Do this. The second time round, okay, I've detected something. Doesn't equal no one. So I'm asking a series of questions now. So if there is nothing in my detect We just put a word in. We just make it do that. Okay, what I can do, comment this. If there is nothing in my detect, if backup detect what? Detect equals no one. Detect equals that. Right. Else I'm just rephrasing this. They're saying I've detected nothing. There's nothing in my detection. If there's nothing in my backup detection, just detect something. Else, if there is, detect equals backup detect. If that's true, sorry, backup detect equals no one. Right? So don't worry, like, so I've now made that and that the one single thing. The very first thing it does is it asks if you're detecting anything. And so it asks if it's detect, and if it asks if there's a backup. If there's a backup, if there is no backup, we just detect. If there is a backup, it makes the backup into the thing. Then it asks, do you have a detect? So I don't need this anymore. This is now superfluous as well. I think I can turn this off because I think this does what I rephrased. No, John. No. No, what are you talking about? Get rid of this, I think. If detect equals no one, doesn't equal no one, if detect does not equal that circle, we draw circle, right? Oh yeah, we're just putting this back as normal. So if we already have a detect and we detect the second one, we want the backup. And then it reads through both of them. That's all that should do. Over 4 hours now. So I'm trying not to have redundant code, but having a couple of redundancies can come in handy. Because sometimes you'll try and fix it. Oh, well, I need both redundancies. It's checking two different areas because I clearly don't understand my code. His name's Henry, goddammit. Surprised this hasn't broken it. Okay, maybe we just make this all into one big code. So we comment here. Okay. So, right now, he shouldn't let me do anything. I worry that the reason this isn't working is because it's checking later. Oh God, what have you done? So I'm gonna do something. Probably do that one again. But I'm gonna start with this one. So if they both equal no one, that's the easiest thing. So detect equals You know what? I worry some of this is because I was in the wrong collision circles. I don't know, do man. Okay. If none of them exist, that happens. If else, if bear in mind we've just we're detecting a circle right now. Now I've got to say if detect doesn't equal no one, backup does equal no one. Backup detect, and these are else calls. Now I have to add an extra clause into this, which is if detect does not equal this, that happens. Because otherwise we're saving the same one twice. And that's pointless. Right? So that's good so far, hopefully. So these are the two cases. If none of them are detected, but detect the first one. If one of them is detected and the other one isn't, if I detect something that is not the first case, then make a second one. finally, if I have a backup and I don't have an original, then I guess then let's be very careful. If I can still detect the backup, right? And there is no detect, so it doesn't actually matter. If I can do that, detect equals backup detect. If detect equals backup detect, then backup. I'll do this in backup detect equals no one. I feel like that seems really comprehensive to me. Those are the three scenarios. There is, let's see what happens. I feel like the words I said made sense. They'll run through the code multiple times, right? Every step it should run the code. Unless it takes more than a step to go through it all. No, that doesn't make any sense. A step is going through the code. Okay. Detect true backup false. Nope, nope. Detect false. Backup false. Detect true backup false. Backup true. Detect false. Detect true backup false. Backup true. What? That wasn't even one of the options. false, backup false. It's interesting. What's it getting? It should start off with detect false, backup false. Right? Then it should go to detect true, backup true, and then I just realised what's going on. What's wrong? I think. Hang on. As I approach, I'm going to have to pause the game. The very first one should be detect true, backup false. Hang on. It doesn't even. How does it immediately jump to that? It immediately jumps here. I guess so. No, surely it would have to do it at least once. It just goes immediately to detect true, backup false. There's this one here. It means it's detected something. Oh yeah, of course it has. No, it hasn't. Okay, I'm an idiot. Order of operations is important, John. It's immediately, but it should very quickly go from there to there. I was contradicting myself by the time I got to that line. So false true is what we really want. Come on, game, load faster. Yeah, okay. That's interesting. You see how it's detect true, backup false? So now when I approach it, you can see it goes detect false, backup false. Very briefly. Where's backup true come from? I need to get rid of that, it's really annoying. Or it may have been the key to everything. So you'll notice I've gone false, false, true, false, false, true, but there's no true, true. So what I could do with true, true, I could line it up. I could have a true, true place that says, as soon as true, true is not true, then please do one of the things. But that's sort of what this is. This is asking if true, true is not true anymore. Maybe changing the order again. So that's false, false. I don't, maybe. As soon as I walk far enough away, they do become false anyway, because if we go way down here... That's interesting, isn't it? Hang on. Do I? That is, if detect does not equal no one. Yeah, okay, so detect. Backup detect. Yeah, okay, so they get turned off. Twice, I'd like to make sure. If I walk far enough away, they are both turned off. And so what happens is it detects it. Makes it the first thing it detects. This is why I ask, hey, do you have a detect? Can you detect something else? True, false. I don't think this will break the code. But I may as well see if true. It's false true. False true should pretty quickly turn. Let's see what this does. True, false, true, false, and false, true. True is the original thing I was standing on. False. This first is the first thing I was standing on, the second. But it's switching it back, which is the issue I'm having. I want it to flip. Then we can figure out that snail afterwards. And bear in mind, false also means shouldn't be true false. Because it would have started off as false. Hang on, we can actually check. So the very first one, no, it's true false. Well, that I take it for granted that. Okay, it's not following anymore, but it did become false. Appreciate you. I want it outputting. Right, I'm gonna have to start this again because I paused this. It stopped going down, and I wanted it to go down. Basically, when I'm writing on the second one, I want it to be true false as well. So it should be true briefly while they both exist. It should be true. Then it should go false true very quickly. False true false. Switch. Now what I could do is make them enumerators. That might be worth it. True false. True. That's interesting. Not wiping the second one. So it's clearly, it won't ever detect a third one because right now it says true true. It shouldn't see. So I'm going to make them enumerators. Do I have any in here? Be really useful. Cool. Enum. Multi-mount. Ledgecase. True true. True false. False false. False. True. Null. Mount cross equals Ledgecase dot null. Okay, this is experimental, but when I'm not on a mount, it goes back to null. So if this is false, it should go back to null. So we are, if we are currently in null, right? Cut that all away. And we know this. And we know that mount cross. We're going to actually double check. If it is, which it should be because I just made it that. Equals. Oh, hang on. This could be outside. I could have this as a separate thing. That might fix it. Okay, if collision circle does not equal no one, Okay. And if detect equals that, mount cross true. Yes, Ledgecase stop. Okay. So if it's null, I can even put this in step. Bear in mind, in this case, it is already true. So what cases do we have in true? Well, if well, I need to. Oh. The null already says that for it to be null, that would already have to be true. True, false. So if I detect the circle, okay, this might. Because what happens if I just leave? Well, it never leaves, does it? It doesn't leave unless I leave the actual place. So I'm going to assume if detect does not equal that, it's because it has another one. That's true, false, actually. Okay, I think this is where the issue is. I want it to say if it's detecting that and. So that has to be true. Sorry. That has to be true. If I still detect it, so I have to make sure I'm detecting it. First of all, if that equals false for any reason, we're going into null. So, what are the other places it can go? It can either go false, false, which is null,
I don't know the difference between false, false, and null. Not is now. Oh. Did I really need a null? I think null, null, and false are the same word. Okay, so we're null if I detect something. If I detect something, then detect equals that. If detect equals that, I go into true, false. So I'm in true, false. If there is nothing in the circle, I go back to null. If I detect if detect is still true, it's still in there, and if this bit here, basically. It does look like it contradicts itself, but I'm asking two separate routes. If I detect it and I don't detect it at the same time, I make a backup. And then I ask if that's true, and that's still true, I guess. Think about it, think about it, think about it, think about it. Do I double check? Well, it's not going to flip from true false to false true. That doesn't make any sense. If it's false, it's already been quit out. Then mount cross equals true true. Now, if it equals true, there are two ways it can go back. I'm gonna find all. Okay. True true. That's still true. If I don't detect anything, I go to null. Then I've got to say if I don't detect a specific one, if detect does not equal that, it's important the order of the operations, as I said before. And the other thing I need to do is make them into no ones. So it doesn't matter in nulls. So if I go to null, no, I should do it here. So detect equals no one. If detect equals, so yeah, that's true. That's gonna go, yeah, it's gonna go to true. So detect equals no one, backup detect equals no one, then we go into null. If detect is not there, and I don't need to do the if, backup detect is not there, that's the same, sorry, that's pointless. Backup detect is there, so if we then, this is where we don't need a case for false true, but because we can now flip it. We'll do the other case first though. So if detect is true and backup is not true, we are going to say backup detect equals no one, and that equals true false again. Okay, but if the detect is false and the backup is true, then this is where all the stuff I deleted here comes in handy. Because what we do is detect equals backup detect if detect equals backup detect, then backup detect equals no one, false. Well, we don't ever need a false true because I'm making it this case now. Let's see if this works. That was quite a lot of writing. Almost 5 hours. I skipped lunch. That's probably good for me. If these work, that works. Works. If it knocks me off. If I can walk from one to the other. Oh, do you see I've broken it? Made it worse. This is why we don't delete code. didn't true ever happen? Knots. I'm tied up in knots. Sorry, I've stopped talking, haven't I? Transformer's not working. That's true false. When this approaches, it should be true. Isn't that interesting? True's not firing. Isn't true firing? Okay, I'm doing it wrong. If if detect doesn't equal no one, if backup detect doesn't equal no one, okay. Now looking specifically for detect. No, so I did that slide wrong. If that equals true, Yeah, so if detect does not equal something in that circle. So I've got detect, we know it's there, but if it's not the mount, that is the mount. I'll do this. Back up. If come on. It's been almost 5 hours. Come on. To be fair, I solved the initial problem, and it's a couple of problems. I'm just creating more things I want, but that's what you got to do. You can't rest on your laurels. This is a perfectly reasonable request. If I can walk from A to B, I should be able to walk from B to C. There isn't an A in the equation anymore. I just need to remove the A from the equation by making B into A. Oh god, I've forgotten a line somewhere. It's in the wrong place, that error, which is annoying. Well, it's clearly true. If on off, if on off. As always, come on. We wasn't even getting to true, so I don't have to worry about that bit of code. But it just, there was an error in writing that down. No, that wasn't the bit I just worked on. No, hang on. What's this here? What the hell's that bit then? We'll try it anyway. So I keep covering my mouth up. So sometimes I struggle to record 5 hours of gameplay. To be fair, I don't normally do it. If I could do it all in one run, it would actually be easier. Because it's the turning off and turning back on changes the energy. It's why I haven't stopped. Because as soon as I stop programming, I'm resting. Starting again might be difficult. If I wait a week, I'll have to remember how to program again. Oh, so now True isn't firing. I mean, that's the thing that happened before, but... I mean, individual things work. It's just the thing I had initially broken, now rebroken. Was it knocking me off as well? It's not unreasonable what I'm trying to do. Currently on true false. Okay, I do like that one. Okay. So if that equals true, that's what check here. The one step back hopefully will lead to my one step forwards. Still have that shell. There's still an error on a different level caused by all this. Hoping that'll be a quick fix there. I can certainly let you go without solving it. That's interesting, isn't it? Doing the check. So that happens. Making that. What? Why? What? How is that true? How is that happening? You know what? I'm just gonna do this in the same row. I'll have to make a joke video that has me go, there's a puzzle here, and then say 5 hours later, there we go, we solved it. Doing the check. Never switching to true. On what? Oh, you bastard! Oh yeah. Look at that. It's doing a check on that side, not on this side. And now it's doing on neither side. Let's walk away. Check. And if there's a check, it means I can cross. Oh, I don't know why I did that. No check on this side, because the check is still on this side. Oh. Okay, I need to check one thing quickly. So it says check. Right before all the checks, is there a true? There must be, because I wouldn't be. What? How's it crossing? It doesn't matter if I don't. I mean, I could even just do this. Let's. I'll force it to go into true. We know that the check means it works somehow. probably is going to true true, but not staying there long enough, which is odd, because it should be true true. And it seems that that check immediately turns off. See what happens. Interesting though. What program is good at is an exercise in robots taking orders, isn't it? Where you go like, no, I give you a perfectly clear order, and you go like, no, you didn't. Oh, look at that! Knocks me off. Ah. I might give in. I might have to give in. It's no, not yet. Interesting. That's how that works. I don't know, it's this true false. The fact that it stays as true false is sort of interesting. So I want to check again. So that check happens if I'm within range of detect and I detect something that's not detect. But if I tell it to switch to a different mode, it breaks. But if I don't, it allows me to pass. And so smoothly as well. Bear in mind, this is the original problem I was trying to do. As soon as it checks, that appears to be fine. It'll work from the other side, I think. But now, won't check there. It's never going to check there. You have to ask, why is it not checking there? Because it's not detecting that. Okay. How about a new tactic? Yeah. Doesn't seem to like me trying to switch it over. But clearly, right now, while we're in TF, it's constantly detecting the thing I'm on, which seems to be a success. Right? If I go over here, check is the new item and never the old one. If I go onto here, oh, that's interesting. It's getting no check. Ever. Why do you suppose that is? But if I start on this one, check, hands off, cross, and there's going to be no check on this side, but check will come back and I can cross back. I have to ask. Oh, hang on, did you see that? Okay. I hate to do this, but I'm going to remove all of the greater stuff. Is this it? Okay, I think that was the first thing I did. Let's see what this does. We've removed all the enumerator nonsense. I mean, it's still in my create, but yeah. Can't do this for like 10 hours, John. It kind of means I should fix it. I do like that you can back up that far. I have to see. Because what I've done is I've detected an error that I hadn't accounted for, and I have to see how far back it goes. Quite far back. To be fair, might not be a difficult fix. Also, okay, so it is actually to double as well. That it's only when I step on it. I don't like undoing all that. Hasn't fixed it, but again, it might give me insight. The other important thing you'll notice that doesn't work. I jump like that and try to step off.
works from outside going in. And of course, but it is also vital information. Okay, I'm gonna let you go. I've either fixed the problem or created an entirely new one. Although I guess my first problem was actually just trying to fix ledges in general, which I actually yeah. Right. I'm still John Steppens. Thank you for watching this. If you've watched this, I think you'd have to be a crazy person to have actually watched this, but I'm putting it out there. This was just supposed to be a simple one. I'll put an abbreviated version of it. Maybe I'm not even entirely sure how I would even do that. But yeah. This has been my development diary of Pluck Hearts. On the game's called. It's taken a lot of energy. This. I'm gonna have to do this. I was only supposed to be showing off the problem, and then next time I do a video, I go, "Look, I'll solve that." It took me seconds. It does genuinely happen sometimes when you go away and come back and go tap, and it fixes it immediately. But yeah, I'll save this, load an earlier version of the thing, and see if it does that. But I am gonna let you go, and I'm gonna check out that show by myself. But yes, thank you for watching. My diary. I'm gonna eat some food. Right, so time has passed. I was gonna add this addendum here on the end of the episode. I thought it could have needed a happy ending. So I've decided to make two versions of the videos. The original version was 5 hours long. 5 hours of me struggling to code something relatively simple. And the other version is an abridged version. So presumably you watch one of those versions, and I'm adding this on the end of both versions, which is why I'm randomly putting this explanation here. Let me show you the end result. So it's the same day. So again, I've recorded 5 hours of coding. I actually had some food, did some exercise. That was about an hour, and then I spent like 4 more hours casually coding. As I actually my normal pace. I don't normally code for 5 hours. I'm not actually sure that's true, because what happens is I just forget the time. Anyway, you deserve a happy ending. I mean, boom. Oh yeah, the sound's not plugged in. It doesn't matter. Sound's basically off. So. Doesn't knock me off. Knock me off? No, of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't knock me off. I told you you're getting a happy ending. In this happy ending, I can just casually walk across this bridge, as was intended. There you go. I mean, it works absurdly well. So yeah, I fell through then, but ooh, there you go. That was a bit weird. Not perfect, is it? But a lot better than it was. I can. What happened there? What happened when it didn't work? Or did it work and I'm just silly? I mean, if you miss the jump, you miss the jump. Anyway, you can. That's a bit odd. That doesn't feel good. So that's a separate issue.
Me trying to press down. Ah, you know what? That's fine. So what happens is, this is something I actually needed to fix. There's a couple of errors going on. One, when you press down, speeds your downwards momentum up slightly, just to get you under the lip. And I needed that to only last a split second. So if you hold it down, it actually goes down really fast. The second thing, obviously, is he touches the wall. It's that thing there. That's the real issue. Like, this is a sort of a bug that I can live with, and I will fix eventually. It's on the list. Whatever the hell happens there, that's the bad thing. Anyway, there's also warping to the top like that. There's still weirdness going on. Oops, me right there. So one of the things I'm going to do as a fix is first let me show you a different thing. So now this works again. There you go. I'm holding down. But there is a little bit of weirdness around falling down next to walls. And I think I know how to fix that. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. But it's something I should have done ages ago. Down that. So there's two things potentially going wrong. It's just sort of fighting the urge. So if I turn on these things here, that is my collision code, right? And what I don't like specifically is this overlapping. So I decided, these are regionally blocked from all directions, and I decided it was easy enough to only block from two. So I can do two things. I can make it so only blocks from one direction. That sounds like something I should have definitely done by now. And the other thing is I can make them a quarter of the size. Because of the way the code works, I'll still be gluing. Like, I still have to use this size blocks, because if I make blocks half the size, he'll be able to fall through them. But, like, because if I have two next to each other, that's fine, I think. It's easy enough to test, to be honest. But it means redrawing all this for all the levels. It shouldn't take me too long. So that's the quick fix, and the harder fix is to turn these two directions, what I call vertical and horizontal. The other problem is vertical. Well, actually, now that I think about it, vertical is already a special shape, because vertical has all these bumps. Vertical works perfectly, but I can have that's vertical downwards. It does work upwards. I don't even know how upwards works now that I think about it. But yeah, I blocked that out for you. You're never going to be able to get in there, so let's not tempt fate. Right, what else? I'm letting you go, but I may as well explain what I'm going to try and do next. I'm not going to record all the things I code. That's insane. And I got the answer done when I wasn't on camera, because coding on camera is hard. Because everyone can see how bad at coding I am, for a start. And oh yeah, I haven't even told you how I solved it. I'll tell you what I'm going to do next, and then I'll tell you how I solved it. Obviously, the answer was a really simple thing. It always is. And I knew it would be. So I've got this big list. I have a lot of these, by the way. The green screens. No, they're not. What am I talking about? Oh, it goes weird in the green screen. They're whiteboards. And I have about 4 over there, filled to the brim with writing, and photographs of the ones that I'm not currently using. I wiped off this one here, which said fix ledges. I'm going to do all the rest of these, but all the rest of these are going to be easy. They're going to be time consuming, but none of them are me being stuck on a problem. I might get stuck on one of these, but they're all tutorial stuff. So things like, I still don't like how busy the screen looks though. But Okay. So specifically, I'm going to add, if you can see where it says "ooh" on the witness and dormant, I was going to add a third line to that. And that line was just going to be flavor text. Sometimes it was going to have hints about the game, because I don't want to draw a tutorial for every single tiny little thing. So occasionally I want to be able to scan this, and underneath it, so where's my mouse? My mouse doesn't work. Okay, well, I'll point it like there. It'll look like, it'll be as long as that. Right, so you'll have a little magnifying glass. I've already drawn it, actually, I can show you. And there'll be a line as long as that first line. And when I scan that, it will say, this is a save point. And it can be level dependent. And if I scan this, it will say that you can jump up through it. And you can click down. Things like that. The writing will have to be smaller. Yes. The only issue is potentially I just need more space. So I will have to move the tutorials down a bit because I don't want it overlapping. That can be down a bit. It can be like, just put that slightly there. Maybe it can be 2 lines. Yeah, it wouldn't be too hard just to have a second line. Well, the problem, I don't know how much space I want it constantly filling up. Oh yeah, no, what am I talking about? There's going to be a button so it goes in and out. This 2 can stay forever, but the third one will go in and out. Yeah. Might even have a thing like that. That makes something like that. And I can even have it so the 4th line hides automatically and only comes out when I need extra lines. And they can sort of roll out and look good. So anyway, that's what I'm going to do. But let's tell you how I solved it. Let's go into workspace. So let's see all this dead code. All this code that was useless to me. I tried so many ideas. One of the things is, if we look at the level, there's a little happy face. I don't even think that level will work anymore. Where's the level? So one thing I never ever figured out was I set up loads of detectors. Like I set up a small detector and a big one just to constantly have the second one on the radar. And when you're standing on there, it does detect that. When you're standing on there, it detects that. And when you're standing on, but when you're standing on this, it just ignores the existence of those 2. And I just don't. And I made the circle really big, so when I was on there, it just like it detected them both at the same time while I was standing over there. And I don't know why it didn't work. I eventually was like, I'm just going to try a different collision code. I'll try nearest, and what I'll do is I'll scan the entire room immediately, and then I'll keep the record of the 3 closest. And what I did, there you go, there's the 1st, 2nd and 3rd. I don't even need the 2nd and 3rd. All it's doing is scanning the closest one. And that did it. I just made it the closest one, and it changes so quick, it doesn't even matter. Which, to be fair, before I changed all the code, was presumably how it worked anyway, because I used to have a much smaller detect circle. It still has to do the collision circle, as you can see here. It has to detect a mount close to me within 105 pixels, which is quite a lot. That's quite, like my guy, it's like twice the height of my guy. But it just says, hey, is that closest thing in this circle? And then it does the code with that. Like I don't need any of these second versions. Detect second doesn't actually do anything. Detect third doesn't do anything. Yeah, you see, like, I was just trying to figure out why it wasn't doing it. I even moved outside. So, anyway. I don't know when I'm going to do another one of these. I hope, if you watched the long one, bloody power to you. Because I don't know how useful that was. You might want to watch somebody who knows how to actually code. But if you watch the abridged one, well, good view as well, to be honest. Thank you for watching that. Hopefully, if I do another long coding video, hopefully I can actually get more stuff done. I do get stuff done, otherwise I wouldn't have an entire game like this. But there we go. This is how I eventually found out. I was thinking, oh yeah, close, nearest. Where was it? Position. One of these. Oh yeah, there was a list. I considered doing a list, but I didn't want to have a data structure just for bloody a simple. So as it turns out, something that was really really simple. That's the thing. It was working until I added. One last thing, I guess, because if you did watch the long version, you'll know that I accidentally broke something else as well. I did fix it. I fixed it immediately by adding. See this no one here? If this doesn't equal no one, just use that constantly. Just use it constantly, even if you don't think that's going to do anything. Like, just always check if it exists, and when you create it, make sure nothing exists. And it's something you learn. Sean teaches you that, because if your character dies, then he's not on the screen, and suddenly a bunch of things are like, "Hey, he doesn't exist." So, our new game now. It's broken. Let's fix that right now. I might have loaded a different version of the video for fixing it, because I would have. Oh, one of the things I did try was scanning all the moving mounts, removing the still mounts from that scan list, and just grabbing code from an old version of the game and just only scanning the old code of that. He didn't. Don't do that. That never works. Use your old code to figure out things. Don't just copy it. It just never works. So I thought I fixed this. Apparently I did not. It's there, just it's not here for some reason. There you go. If step doesn't equal no one. And the reason it does this is because I'm starting in the same position as the shell snail. You'll see. It's a very exciting addition to my game. There is a new error, but I'm not fixing that on screen. And I know I said that for 3 hours straight and then proceeded to program. But trust me, we're not going to fix this error. This is the snail. I'll build the snail when I finally get a snail level, which isn't going to be in a tutorial, is it? Because it's a complex creature, relatively speaking. So there we go. Fixed. You want to see the new error? Jump on this. Now we're going to have to wait for him to come down. You like my crab? Those legs took ages. They're adding... Game Maker are adding a feature where you can layer a bunch of pictures on each other. And goddamn, I wish I had that function, because that took me really ages to draw. I need him to be going the other way so I can actually show you. I fell off. Yeah, this is sort of the... Right, two things. One, he knocks you down. When he does that, you lose the ability to jump. Why? No idea. Can I get it back? Also, I can't scan through him. Not sure why that is. Anyway, we're not fixing that on screen, as I said. I'm going to let you go. This has been my addendum. I've been John Steppens. I may have said John Foxy. It's what I call myself. It's a more exciting name. It's not my real name. I am the lead developer of Tyrantagonist Games, a name I'm apparently sticking with. The only developer, obviously. And thank you for watching. This has been sort of experimental. I have no idea if anyone would watch any of these, but I'm sort of glad I made them. Well, I fixed that ledge. See you next time.